Chapter 763. All of a sudden, the Dead Sea began to ripple. The lightning around Ling Xiao dissipated. He stood up and let out a long sigh of relief, looking extremely exhausted. Even his face was inexplicably pale. Seeing this, Yi Zhan's eyes flashed with gratitude. He took out several elixirs from his arms and handed them to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for your hard work, young master. It's all for the people of the sea area." Ling Xiao shook his head, his expression gentle and calm. This scene, in Yi Zhan's eyes, inexplicably carried a sense of righteousness. "Young master, since the array has been broken, shall we go in?" However, looking at Ling Xiao, who stood motionless in place, Yi Zhan suddenly had a trace of doubt in his heart. "No hurry. I have consumed too much spiritual power in my body. Let me rest for a while." Ling Xiao took the initiative to step aside and glanced at the prodigies of the sea area. Finally, it settled on a burly, bald young man with a rough appearance. 8th grade Divine Lord, Great Tao Law, 2,000 Providence Points. "Your voice is somewhat familiar." As if feeling the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes, the bald young man frowned and suddenly said in a deep voice, "You are the young master of the Xian turtle clan, right?" Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but he did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. "You are the one who killed Tai Wu?" The young master of the Xian turtle clan, Xian, the #1 prodigy of the sea area, dominated his generation with an absolutely terrifying defense. At this moment, countless young men from the sea area gathered around him, all of whom seemed to be led by him. "That's right." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Xian meaningfully. "Little turtle, you are quite capable. I wonder how many slashes and punches your turtle shell can withstand? Your aura is unstable, so I won't attack you. But when we enter the secret territory, I will crush you with my own hands." Xian smiled coldly, but the moment his voice fell, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Ling Tian took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Xiao. The sword intent in his eyes almost cut the entire sea curtain into pieces. "Little Tian, there's no need." Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and patted Ling Tian's shoulder lightly. With the latter's battle prowess, it would not be too surprising for him to face off against Xian. However, Xian did have some luck. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. If he didn't eat, wouldn't people think that he, Ling Xiao, was arrogant? "Brother, let me do it. He dared to threaten you. Let me chop off his head as an apology." Ling Tian frowned with a calm expression. However, the words that came out of his mouth gave off an extremely cold and ruthless feeling. "How dare you? 2 humans, how dare you act so presumptuously in my sea?" Behind Xian, a prodigy of the sea tribe, shouted angrily. However, facing a group of enraged prodigies, Ling Tian did not show a trace of fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. "I can't kill a 5th grade divine emperor. But you bunch of deity overlord ants, isn't it a piece of cake? What happened to Big Brother? When did her temper become so gentle? If it was in the past, anyone who provoked him would only end up in a miserable state. Presumptuous! How dare you speak to the young master like that? You must be tired of living." However, before Ling Tian could speak, Yi Zhan, who was beside him, took a step forward. A divine king's spiritual aura smashed down toward Xian and the others. In just an instant, a prodigy of the sea tribe coughed out blood and fell to the ground. His aura was completely weakened. Buzz! Xian's eyes narrowed as he raised his palm. A ray of demonic light suddenly lit up and turned into a black tortoiseshell that blocked above everyone's head. Even so, his figure was still pushed back by Yi Zhan's spiritual aura. As his aura fluctuated, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Human, I will remember you." Xian's face was gloomy, especially when he felt Yi Zhan's strength. His eyes flashed with surprise. All right, since the ancient monument has appeared, let's go in. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and took the initiative to retreat to the side, giving the entrance to the ancient monument to everyone. Although Yizhan's face had a trace of doubt, he did not ask much in the end. He followed closely behind Ling Xiao and retreated. The young master must have his reasons for doing so. Regarding Ling Xiao's thoughts and character, Yizhan trusted him greatly. Seeing this scene, the prodigies of the Sea tribe no longer hesitated and rushed towards the ancient monument's entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the sea suddenly resounded. In just a breath's time, dozens of Sea tribe prodigies stepped into the ancient monument and disappeared. Only Xian and the young masters of the other two royal clans, the Emperor Whale clan and the Demon Mane clan, did not move. However, although the cultivation of these two royal young masters was terrifying, they did not have the slightest bit of providence, which really disappointed Ling Xiao. It shouldn't be. In this southern border, there were constant battles, especially in the Sea tribe. They had not stopped for thousands of years. But apart from Shi-Er and Yizhan, the one with the highest providence was actually a tortoise. Was this reasonable? Inexplicably, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the missing young master of the Flood Dragon clan. Could it be that this young master was a person of great providence? Atavistic bloodline, I hope you can give me some surprises. Boom! Not long after the prodigies of the Sea tribe entered the ancient monument, there was suddenly a deafening buzz. The terrifying thunder power was like the Milky Way, instantly illuminating the entire sea region. Among them, there was even a trace of burnt meat fragrance wafting out, which sent chills down one's spine. F*CK? Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on Ling Xiao. It was no wonder that the human youth had not entered the formation even though he had broken it. It turned out that this ancient monument had other tricks. Insidious. Despicable. Sure enough, there was no good in the human race. Even Yizhan felt his scalp go numb when he felt the vast thunder power emitted from the monument at this time. With his 9th grade Divine King realm, if he was caught off guard, he would probably be crushed into pieces by this thunder power, right? Young master. Wise. Sure enough, believing in the young master would lead to a long life. Beep. The chosen one has complete trust in the villain and worships him. He is only one step away from bliss. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification from the system, Ling Xiao's lips suddenly curled into a smile, but his expression was obviously very surprised. The Sea Emperor's tricks are indeed terrifying. The Sea Emperor? Hearing this, whether it was Xian or the other two young masters, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Judging from this young human's words, he did not seem to be aware of the changes, and this array was set up by the Sea Emperor. Everyone present had a deep understanding of this new Sea tribe Emperor's array attainments. No wonder this thunder power was so vast and mysterious. Even if one was an emperor god, if they entered rashly, they would definitely die, right? Of course, even if the Sea Emperor was scheming, he probably did not expect Ling Xiao's understanding of thunder to be several times more terrifying than his. He did not know about arrays, but the thunder intent in this monument could not escape Ling Xiao's perception. Young master, what should we do? Yizhan's expression turned stern, and he felt helpless. The ancestral land was right in front of them, but they were stopped by an array. Moreover, judging from the power of this array, just now, even Lord Ling Xiao would be at his wit's end, right? Sigh for the Sea tribe's common people, for the young master's grand ambition. I will give it a try even if I have to risk my life. Ling Xiao suddenly sighed softly, and his handsome face emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, the hesitation in the eyes of the Sea tribe's prodigies dissipated. Even Xian's face had a touch of shock. Listening to this young man, he is going to enter the ancient monument and break the array? F***ck. This human was something, wasn't he? Chapter 764. Young Master. How righteous! Yi-Zhan's expression was slightly shocked. He originally thought that Ling Xiao must have seen some clues in the tablet, which was why he didn't enter the tablet in a hurry. Instead, he asked the Sea clan prodigies to go in and test it out. But at this time, seeing the majestic light emitted from the young master, he couldn't wait to slap himself twice to show his guilt. How can I be so suspicious of the young master? If the young master is afraid of death, he can hide behind others at this time. Why must he force himself to stand out? It turns out that I misunderstood the young master. Ziyan, you're so vicious. I'm afraid that this woman set up such a trap not to kill others, but to kill me. Did that mean that young Master Ling Xiao had somehow saved his life? Young master, thank you. Yi-Zhan suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression and bowed deeply. I'm also doing it for the good fortune. Ling Xiao shook his head indifferently, but the more he did so, the more Yi-Zhan respected him. A gentleman loves wealth and obtains it in the right way. This sentence was also suitable for the path of immortality. It was obvious that young Master Ling Xiao was the pure-hearted, righteous, and peerless gentleman that everyone spoke of. How could a person like him have any bad intentions? It's ridiculous that Ao Sun and Ao Yi reminded him to be wary of the young master. I think you're just narrow-minded. Blame the young master for killing your disciples. Young master, this is my natal spiritual treasure, the golden Jiao sea flipping seal. It's a heavenly treasure. I can lend it to you temporarily. I hope it can help you resist the array formation's power. Yi-Zhan waved his hand, and a golden ancient seal fell from the sky and landed in front of Ling Xiao. The Tao patterns on it flickered and exuded an immortal charm. There was a faint golden Jiao shadow floating up and down, evolving mysteriously. Oh! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corner of his mouth became more playful. Not bad, little seafood. I'm very gratified by your awareness. And all of you, hand over all your defensive spiritual treasures. As if feeling the surprise in Ling Xiao's eyes, Yi-Zhan's face turned red, and there was an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Why should we hand over our spiritual treasures to a human? A prodigy from the Sea clan sneered with disdain. If Lord Ling Xiao falls, none of you will be able to enter the ruins. Even if young master breaks the ancient formation, you will not be able to escape death. Yi-Zhan looked at the crowd coldly. His God-King aura swept out, instantly causing many sky prides to change their expressions. Humph. Do you really think that you, a divine king, can do as you please? The young master of the Emperor Whale clan was called Jing Luo. He was a handsome young man who was also a grade 8 divine marquis. His golden robe shone brightly. For a young master of a royal family like him, it was impossible for him not to have some life-saving trump cards, especially since this historical site was located in the forbidden land of the Dead Sea. The elders of the clan would definitely bestow great treasures to protect the Tao. Not to mention godly kings. Even godly emperors would have to expend some effort to kill them. No. Yi-Zhan shook his head slightly, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a cold smile. Based on the fact that the relic behind this ancient monument is the ancestral land of my heavenly alligators. Boom! A demonic shadow suddenly stepped out from behind Yi-Zhan. Brilliant golden scales and scarlet eyes. All of them revealed the ferocious barbarism that belonged to the ancient overlord race. Before Jing Luo could react, Yi-Zhan took a step forward and appeared in front of him in an instant. Then he stomped his foot fiercely. Pucci! Even though the young master of the Emperor Whale clan had many tricks up his sleeve, the disparity in their cultivation levels still caused him to vomit blood and fall to the ground instantly. If he had not revealed his true form at the last moment, he would have been completely GG under Yi-Zhan's stomp. If you want to enter the relic, take out your life-saving treasure. Otherwise, get lost. Yijan stood in the void and glanced at the crowd coldly. So comfortable. This feeling of acting tough was so satisfying that it was irresistible. 300 years. In the blink of an eye, I haven't acted tough for 300 years. Ziyan, just you wait. When I integrate with the immortal source and step into the grade 9 divine emperor realm, I will kill you personally. Heavenly alligators, ancestral land. I didn't expect you to be from the heavenly alligator clan. Xian and the other sea clan prodigies' expressions changed. Especially when they felt Yijan's demonic aura. They instinctively felt a suppression from their bloodline. The heavenly alligator clan was rumored to have been destroyed in the long river of history. Everyone was curious about how Yijan managed to survive. However, his survival did not mean that the heavenly alligator clan had survived. Perhaps Yijan was just a fish that had escaped the net. The ancestral land of the heavenly alligator clan? Just the thought of it made people's hearts surge. It was said that this clan was bestowed with the immortal source by the ancient god. Swish. This, young master, this is our clan's supreme treasure, the chaos-flowing light mirror. It can withstand an attack from a grade 8 divine emperor. I hope you can break the array and take us into the ancient realm. Young master, I have an earth essence divine talisman here. In the end, many sea clan prodigies took out their treasures and handed them to Ling Xiao. I don't have any defensive treasures on me. Because of my defense, I am invincible in the sea. Xian walked to Ling Xiao with a gloomy expression and sneered. However, Ling Xiao shook his head. Young Master Xian, there is no need for that. Xian's expression turned serious. It seems that you are not as arrogant as you said in the voice transmission talisman. In Xian's opinion, Ling Xiao must have regretted killing Taimu. The human race was indeed a bunch of trash. When you get hard, he softens. The problem is, I haven't even gotten hard yet. I was just about to show you my turtle shell, and you are already taking the initiative to show me your goodwill. Damn. Young Master Xian, you misunderstood. What I meant was that you don't have to take any treasures. You are the biggest treasure here. Ling Xiao smiled gently. However, before Xian's playful expression disappeared, it completely froze. Damn, I am a treasure? What do you mean by that? Young Master Xian, will you go in with me? Ling Xiao took out the treasure in his hand and turned to look at Xian. I heard that your defense is the strongest in the sea. This array should not be a problem, right? This array. Xian opened his mouth slightly and turned to look in the direction of the ancient tablet. Just now, he had felt the fluctuations coming from inside very clearly. Even if the geniuses who entered were not as powerful as him, they were still the top geniuses of the sea. But now, except for the smell of meat, there was no movement inside. Young man, should I thank you for thinking so highly of me, or should I hate you for deliberately targeting me? Although I am not the top genius of the Shenzhou state, I am still the top genius of the sea. If I go in, I will die. You want to go in with me? Are you trying to show off? If you really dare to go in, I will go in with you. What? Young Master Xian, are you afraid? Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. The top genius of the sea? That's it. Chapter 765. Human, don't be too arrogant. Xian's face darkened. The way the sea race prodigies were looking at him gave him an inexplicable sense of pressure. It seemed like there was no way out. If he retreated now, he would not only lose face for the Xian turtle clan, but for the entire sea race. Please, young Master Xian. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression calm. A golden seal above his head bloomed with a mysterious light. There seemed to be a dragon shadow winding down and enveloping Ling Xiao. Of course, even though the formation set up by Ziyan was extremely frightening, it was not a threat to Ling Xiao in the slightest. Brother, let's sooner go in with you? Ling Tian had a nervous expression on his face, and a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. After all, he was not good at defense. If he entered the ancient tablet rashly, it would be easy to distract Ling Xiao. However, Yi Sun was different. Her life Dao law could prolong Ling Xiao's life at a critical moment. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. In the end, he did not hesitate and walked into the ancient tablet first. Behind him, Xian gritted his teeth. Demonic aura spread out from his body and condensed into a black turtle shell, enveloping him. On the turtle shell, Dao patterns flickered. Divine light bloomed, revealing a feeling of invincibility. If this killing array was really set up by Ziyan, even he would have to be careful. All the talents of the Xian turtle clan were gathered on this armor. The strongest defense of the sea region was not just for show. When the two of them stepped into the ancient tablet, there was a deafening sound of thunder. Yijan and the others looked serious. Compared to the people of the sea region, he did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Not only because Ling Xiao's death meant that it would be difficult for him to return to the ancestral land. More importantly, the righteousness of this human young master had already convinced him. Humans and demons had been at odds since ancient times. However, anyone who stood at the top would always have a few like-minded friends and brothers. In Yijan's opinion, Ling Xiao was qualified to stand side by side with him. Even if his cultivation was weak now, his wisdom was incomparable to that of Yijan. With a brother like this, his path to immortality would definitely be much smoother. Boom, boom! Within the ancient monument space, Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly staring at the majestic ancient array in front of him. At the end of the space, an ancient bronze door stood on the other side of the Sea of Lightning. It was mottled with rust and emitted an ancient and sorrowful aura. In the middle of the bronze door, there was a particularly conspicuous rhombus-shaped groove. Obviously, that was where the ancestral heavenly alligator writ was placed. However, at this moment, layers of lightning energy formed a sea within the ancient tablet, isolating the ancient bronze door. Above the Sea of Lightning, waves surged, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's scalp go numb. And if one wanted to safely cross this sea, it was likely that even the people of the God Emperors would not be able to do it easily. This, Xian's expression turned solemn, and the space between his brows was similarly filled with shock and fear. Such a lightning formation would most likely melt upon entering it. Young Master Xian, it seems that we have to work together. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Xian's cultivation was not high, and he was in the category of being killed with a wave of his hand. However, Ling Xiao did not want to waste the 2,000 fate points on him so easily. Now, as his heavens will forging value increased, killing ordinary heavens was no longer restricted by karma. However, the reward for killing them was still his main method of forging the heavens will body. Work together? How? Don't tell me you really want to cross the Sea of Lightning and enter the secret realm? Even with Xian's temperament, he felt that this secret realm was not fated with them. Since we are here, of course we have to try our best. Otherwise, wouldn't we be letting everyone down? How about this, young Master Xian? You resist the power of the Sea of Lightning, and I will resist the lightning energy in the void. Let's cross this array together. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn, but his eyes were filled with determination. Me, resist the power of the Sea of Lightning? Xian was clearly taken aback. He clearly did not understand Ling Xiao's words. That's right. If we each bear a part of the array's power, there might be a glimmer of hope. How do we bear the power? You transform into your true form and swim above the Sea of Lightning. I will step on you and resist the lightning energy in the void. Only by combining forces can we cross this Sea of Lightning. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Xian's face suddenly turned gloomy. Dream on. You want to ride me across the sea? Do you think I am a fool? Oh, young Master Xian, I forgot to tell you. The young master of the Heavenly Alligator Clan told me that there is a celestial source in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Alligator Clan. Fortune, of course, coexisted with danger. The reason why the Heavenly Alligator Clan could dominate the Endless Sea region was because of the celestial source given by the ancient god. This secret was enough to make the entire sea region go crazy. As expected, after hearing Ling Zhao's words, Xian's eyes flashed with greed. However, being trampled on by a human was a humiliation that was even more unbearable than being killed. I will resist the lightning energy in the void. You resist the power of the sea of lightning, and I will ride you. In the end, Xian snorted coldly. However, right after he said those words, dazzling lightning suddenly blossomed above the 300-meter wide sea of lightning. Immediately after, a terrifying silver lightning that seemed to fill the entire space within the ancient tablet descended from the sky, causing the entire sea of lightning to churn up huge waves. Moreover, the power contained in the silver lightning was dozens of times more violent than the sea of lightning. What a joke! Ziyan was indeed a 9th-grade divine emperor, the top of the Shenzhou continent. However, how could her comprehension of the Tao be compared to Ling Zhao's? Gulp. Xian's face turned dull again. He looked at Ling Zhao in a daze. Are you sure you can resist the lightning in the void? I dare to say this because I am confident. Although the celestial source is good, who would joke with their life? Ling Zhao sneered. If young Master Xian doesn't have the guts, then leave. Who said I don't have the guts? My Xian Turtle Clan's defense is the strongest in the sea region. What can a mere lightning energy do to me? Fine, we will do as you say. You resist the lightning energy in the void. I will resist the sea of lightning. Xian clenched his teeth and suddenly revealed his true form. He crawled in front of Ling Zhao. If you can't resist it, I won't care about you. Young master, don't worry. Even if you sink, I won't. Ling Zhao's tone was calm. He took a step forward and stood on Xian's turtle shell. Humph. Xian didn't say anything else. The demonic aura around him fluctuated and formed another barrier outside the turtle shell. Then, he slowly crawled towards the sea of lightning. However, at this moment, his eyes flashed with extreme hatred. Just you wait. When you break through the ancient tablet's barrier, I will immediately kill you. As long as you die, no one will know that I have been humiliated like this. Lowly human, what right do you have to ride on my body? Beep. The destined child feels humiliated and his Tao heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the system's notification, Ling Zhao's smile grew wider. Draw! Pft. There seemed to be blood dripping from the corner of Xian's mouth. His unstable Tao heart was almost shattered. You. What the hell? Do you think I am a beast? Chapter 766. Boom boom. 1,000 feet wide sea of lightning was not considered vast. However, at that moment, being corroded by the surging lightning power, Xian had to endure enormous pain with every step he took. Moreover, if it wasn't for the golden dragon divine print on Ling Zhao's body, the young master of the Xian Turtle Clan, the #1 prodigy of the sea area, would have been devoured by the lightning. But even so, blood was still spurting out from Xian's mouth and nose. Even the aura around him was gradually weakening. Young Master Xian, work harder. If you continue, I won't be able to take it. Ling Zhao gritted his teeth and kicked Xian. Xian roared and swam towards the end of the Thunder Sea. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the other side, there was a lightning pillar in the void. It was like a meteor falling towards the two of them. Boom! Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he stepped on Xian's turtle shell. He turned into a ray of light and leaped to the front of the ancient bronze door. The dullness on Xian Xian's face had yet to fade away when he let out an extremely tragic cry. Ah! The lightning struck, and Xian Xian's body was smashed into the depths of the Thunder Sea. Regarding this, Ling Xiao was not the least bit worried. The young master of the Xian turtle clan had luck. He shouldn't die from ordinary hardships. Moreover, the prodigies of the sea area were gathered in the Death Sea region. The experts of the clan would definitely give them some life-saving measures. Ling Xiao was going to eat him anyway. Before that, he had to break all his tricks one by one. Although the prodigy's luck was weaker, he was still protected by the way of heaven. Ling Xiao couldn't afford to be careless. Villains shouldn't be arrogant if they didn't want to die. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Boom, boom! At the bottom of the Thunder Sea, there were waves rolling. In a short while, there were thousands of ripples on the surface of the sea that was originally calm. Ling Xiao looked calmly at one of the demonic shadows that broke out of the sea and threw Xian Xian over. The demonic shadow was instantly shattered by the lightning. Oh, a divine soul incarnation of an 8th-grade divine emperor? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a playful smile, while Xian Xian's face was already pale and filled with resentment. You dare to trick me? So, Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. There seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, and there was a vast amount of spiritual power around him. The anger on Xian Xian's face instantly froze. In the end, he gritted his teeth and retreated to the side. At this moment, he was severely injured, and even his natal spirit shell showed signs of shattering. If he made a move now, his chances of winning weren't high. But Ling Xiao only glanced at him indifferently, turned around and walked towards the ancient bronze door and placed the clan token in the groove. Boom! In the middle of the ancient gate, a clear light suddenly filled the air. An ancient aura surged out, instantly washing away the rust and emitting a blinding light. Faintly, a tyrannical aura from the ancient times swept through the sky and cleared the curtain of lightning. This aura had clearly surpassed the level of an emperor god. It was as though a ferocious demon had opened its eyes in the void and was looking down at Ling Xiao. Is this the aura of the heavenly crocodile ancestor? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. With the methods of these people who had reached the peak of the world, any trace of aura left behind was enough to crush a world. It was just that he didn't know if the soul consciousness of this demon clan expert still existed in the ancestral land. No wonder the clan token and immortal source were needed to open the heavenly crocodile ancestor's land. The clan token could only awaken the aura in the seal, and the immortal source was the key to gaining its recognition. It's the aura of the ancestor. At the entrance of the ancient tablet, auras suddenly swept over. Among them, Yizhan's face flashed with a touch of joy. It was broken. Lord Ling Xiao really didn't disappoint. Inexplicably, it was a very stable feeling. Master, release the immortal source. Quickly. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded. In his Dan-Si, the immortal source's power bloomed with a mysterious light. The terrifying aura that shrouded his body instantly dissipated. At the same time, the ancient bronze door finally opened a gap and lit up with a dazzling divine light. There seemed to be spirit mountains tens of thousands of feet tall, flourishing spirit trees, and countless Tao laws intertwined into a sea, shooting out 7-colored rays of light. Let's go! Ling Xiao took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Ling Tian, Yizhan, and the others no longer hesitated and followed Ling Xiao into the ancient door. The remaining Sea clan prodigies hesitated slightly. They looked at Xian Xian's miserable state with some trepidation and finally braced themselves to enter. It wasn't until everyone stepped in that the world in front of them suddenly became clear. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a place full of spiritual aura. The ancient mountains were majestic, the trees were beautiful, and the rivers were clear. The sky was tens of thousands of feet long, and there were rainbows hanging in the sky. It was very mystical. Dense spiritual energy quietly swept out, causing people's hearts to suddenly feel a sense of clarity. Welcome to my heavenly alligator's ancestral land. Ijan raised his head and closed his eyes, looking intoxicated. In the distant void, suddenly, countless figures appeared. The aura of several of them had reached the realm of seventh-stage Emperor God. Young Master, Ijan! When they saw Ijan in front of the crowd, the faces of those Emperor Gods in the void suddenly flashed with a touch of excitement. They hurriedly descended from the sky and bowed deeply to Ijan. Young Master, you're finally back. Haha, elders, thank you for your hard work. Close the entrance. Ijan's face suddenly raised a touch of coldness. The original humble expression suddenly turned into a touch of arrogance. I've been living in seclusion for 300 years and suffered all kinds of hardships. Now that I've finally returned to the ancestral land and have a new life, who in this world dares to disrespect me? Ha ha ha, young master. The spiritual treasure I lent you, is it? In the crowd, a Sea clan prodigy looked at Ling Xiao and laughed in a deep voice. The treasures they lent to Ling Xiao were all life-saving treasures. In particular, the sudden appearance of this Emperor God expert made many people feel a chill in their hearts. Wasn't the heavenly alligator clan destroyed? What's wrong with these people? Didn't they come to the ancestral land to seize opportunities? Oh no, it feels like they're courting death. Oh, in the thunder array just now, everyone's treasures have been shattered. Ling Xiao's indifferent words made countless Sea clan prodigies' faces change instantly. Shattered. It seems that's true. Even young Master Xian was almost shattered by the thunder array. If this human young man didn't rely on his spiritual treasure, how could he be safe and sound? But they were all shattered? Why don't I believe it? Young Master, could it be that those dozens of treasures were all shattered? Oh, there's one left, young Master Ijan. Ling Xiao handed the golden dragon ancient seal to Ijan casually. A divine treasure was not of much use to him at the moment. He was still counting on Ijan to take him to find the sky demon's treasure. If they fell out now, there would be a lot of trouble. In the end, Ijan will be killed. So, I'll leave my treasures with him for the time being. Does anyone have any objections? We don't produce spiritual treasures. We're just porters of spiritual treasures. If young master likes it, take it as a gift from me. Ijan shook his head and smiled. Spiritual treasures and ancient talismans were all external objects. Ling Xiao helped him return to the ancestral land several times. This kindness was precious. Now that he intended to befriend this human young master, he wouldn't be stingy. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. Young Master Ijan, please take it back. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, then turned to look at the Sea clan prodigies. As for these people, young Master Ijan, capture them. Ijan grinned, but the words he said made everyone's expression change instantly. How could they be captured? I haven't started the treasure hunt yet. Chapter 767. Young Lord Heavenly Alligator, why did you capture me? Xian and the others were indignant. Demonic aura rippled from their bodies as they glared at Ijan. It's right to capture you. Ijan sneered. Why? You betrayed the faith of the Sea clan and regarded Ziyan as your queen. Is this reason enough? Lord Ling Xiao is right. As long as I control you Sea clan young lords, I'm not afraid that your clans will not submit to me. Young Lord Ijan, you've gone too far. Xian and the others gritted their teeth fiercely. Now that the entrance to the ancestral land was sealed, they had no choice but to circulate their spiritual power and flee madly into the depths of the heavenly alligator's ancestral land. You're overestimating yourselves. Capture them alive. Ijan's eyes were full of disdain as he waved his hand gently. Several emperor gods in front of him suddenly stepped forward. Spiritual light bloomed from their bodies. instantly blocking the escaping people in midair. That's right. These sea clan prodigies, more or less, had some life-saving trump cards on them. But now, facing a group of emperor gods, no matter how many tricks they had, it was just a last-ditch struggle. In a short while, they were all captured by the Heavenly Alligator clan and thrown in front of Ijan. Ling Tian stood next to Ling Xiao with a guarded expression, holding the ancient sword in his hand. Although the young lord of the Heavenly Alligator clan was extremely respectful to his brother, who knew if he would kill them all when they had outlived their usefulness. Wait until I control the celestial source, then I'll deal with you and take you back to the clan. Ijan snorted coldly and turned to look at Ling Xiao. Young master, shall we go? Not yet. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly, looking inexplicably dignified. He didn't take Ijan seriously. Even these Heavenly Alligator clan elites couldn't pose the slightest threat to him now. Even if the Heavenly Alligator ancestor's remnant soul was here, Ling Xiao only needed to trap it in the Soul Sea and use the power of the ancestral symbol to kill it. However, this woman, Ziyan, was really insidious. Ling Xiao had to be on guard. Young master, is there anything else? Ijan looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression, but he saw that the latter's gaze was always at the entrance. Young master Ijan, now that the Heavenly Crocodile Ancestral Land is opened and the seal is broken, once Ziyan notices it, she will come here. Do you have any 9th grade divine emperors in your clan? 9th grade divine emperor? No. In my Heavenly Crocodile clan, only my father and I survived. The Lost clan is just a servant of my Heavenly Crocodile clan. Their talents are limited. Even if they have cultivated for hundreds of years, they are only rank 8 experts. Ijan sighed softly and soon understood Ling Xiao's concerns. With Ziyan's attainments in the Array Dao, the Heavenly Alligator Ancestral Lands Array Dao might not be foolproof. Once that woman noticed the commotion here, she would definitely take action. If she were to break the ancient array and step into the ancestral land, the Heavenly Alligator clan would face a catastrophe. The seal left behind by the ancestors had been broken along with the stone tablet. In the entire sea region, who could stop Ziyan's footsteps? I have an array that may be able to stop the Sea Emperor, but Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but stopped. Ijan glared at him angrily. Young master, you and I are close. Why can't you say it? My array is called the 100 Emperors Array. As the name suggests, it combines the power of 100 emperors into one array. The more emperor gods there are, the more powerful it is. With Ziyan's strength, I'm afraid, 100 Emperors Array, the more emperor gods there are, the more powerful it is. Ijan's expression turned cold, as if he suddenly realized something. Great array! Combining the power of 100 emperors into one array. This array is marvelous. Young master, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and set up the array. But if I trap you, Emperor God Heavenly Alligator, in the array, once something happens in the ancestral land, won't it? Ling Xiao's tone was difficult, but in fact he was sneering in his heart. From the beginning, he had been caring for Ijan as a caring father. In other words, on the surface, Ling Xiao's every decision seemed to be from Ijan's point of view. No matter who it was, if they were supported all the way through difficulties and obstacles to return to the ancestral land, trust would be born in their hearts. What's more, Ling Xiao's strength was only at the level of a divine overlord. Even Ling Tian and Yi Sun were at the level of a divine overlord. The reason why he did not bring Xiao Jiao and the others with him was to further lower Ijan's guard. You're a 9th grade divine king. Would you be afraid of me, a mere divine overlord? Therefore, in Ijan's eyes, Ling Xiao was a friend who was not a threat to him, a confidant and a good person. Unfortunately, there are many actors in this world. Some can be seen through at a glance, some until the moment of their death. Something happened in the ancestral land. Young master, are you looking down on me? This is the ancestral land of the Heavenly Alligator. What can happen? Don't worry, I'll send someone to summon all the emperor gods of the heavenly alligator clan. For us, Zi Yan is the biggest change. Yijan smiled helplessly and patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. Good brother, we're going to integrate the immortal source and demonic treasure soon. This process will be extremely long. We can't be disturbed by anyone. Just set up the array. In this ancestral land, no one can hurt you. Well, okay. Since young master is so certain, please summon all the god emperors in the ancestral land. In the end, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded reluctantly. The only array he had mastered was the 9 dragons sky imprisoning array. This array was now complete. It was easy to trap and kill emperor gods. However, as long as one had the slightest bit of intelligence, one would not easily step into something like a formation. But, hey, look, they walked in on their own. What can I do? Of course, I'll stew them in a pot. In this way, the ancestral land of the heavenly alligator clan is our home. The advantage of setting up the array was to obtain the greatest benefits at the smallest cost. Without wasting a single soldier, we can kill thousands of enemies. Of course, I'm not proficient in arrays, but I'm proficient in ghost cultivation techniques. After inviting them into the urn, it's time to stew seafood in an iron pot and enjoy a feast. Good brother, without you, I don't know how to return to the peak. Don't worry, in the future, when I conquer the sea and dominate the world, I'll give you one of the 5 borders of the Shenzhou continent. Yi Zhan was in high spirits and sighed deeply. It was as if he was passing judgment on the world. Ling Xiao just nodded indifferently. He walked to the entrance and sat down cross-legged. Buzz! A ray of golden light suddenly bloomed in the sky. Layers of Taoist rhymes began to evolve. Everyone saw tens of thousands of clouds falling from the sky, turning into an ancient array that completely covered the entrance of the ancestral land. The dazzling golden light completely covered the void, blocking everyone's sight and soul consciousness. However, the power that it gave off caused many Emperor God experts to change their expressions abruptly, especially the dragon roar that came from the array from time to time. It was like a great bell, intimidating people. What a terrifying array! Yijan was shocked. He clapped his hands and sighed. Quick! Go and summon all the Emperor Gods of my clan! Yes, young master. Chapter 768. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through thousands of miles of territory. Golden light rushed into the sky, shattering the clouds. An indescribably horrifying aura suppressed the entire area, making one's heart palpitate. In the dragon array, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him, 10 soul pillars flickered strangely. Young master, our clan's emperor gods are all here. Yijan's voice came from outside the array. At this time, his face flashed with a touch of sincere awe. As expected of you, the array-breaking master. With such attainments in array formation, it would be impossible to achieve such an achievement without studying array formations for 500 years. Hearing that, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile, and he disappeared on the spot. Thank you for your trouble. Ling Xiao stood beside Yijan and looked at the 9 emperor gods in front of him. Among these 9 people, the highest cultivation was at the 8th stage realm. There was 1 6th stage realm, 3 5th stage realm, and 1 4th stage, 3rd stage, 2nd stage, and 1st stage. At this time, the emperor gods looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of caution, although they did not know how this human gained the young master's trust. But what can I do? We are the slaves of the heavenly alligator clan. Let alone an array in front of us. Even if it's a steamer, we have to go in. Look at that array. It's round and tall, and it's shining with golden light. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a steamer. Damn, young master, I'll go back to the clan first and prepare to open the sealed land. After you finish setting up the array, come to the temple in the center of the ancestral land to find me. Yijan took a deep look at Ling Xiao and suddenly bowed. Yes, I'll have to trouble you, young master. The few of you, listen to young master's orders. If you dare to disobey, I'll destroy your body and soul. Yes, young master. Beep, the destined son of destiny, betrayed the slaves and defected to the enemy. He has 1 foot in hell. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Ling Tian, you go to the ancestral land with young master Yi Zhan first. Everyone follow me. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and walked toward the center of the formation. Although the 9 emperor gods looked uneasy, they dared not disobey Yi Zhan's orders. Most of the slaves had life and death objects in the hands of their masters. Therefore, no matter how much they distrusted Ling Xiao, they could only obediently follow him into the 9 dragons' great formation. Buzz! Golden radiance sprinkled down and enveloped the 9 figures. Although this formation was extremely powerful, there was still some risk in trapping the 9 thearchs at the same time. However, if the 9 of them were trapped by the soul-binding pillars, to Ling Xiao they were like 9 spirit stones, the big and bright kind. Seniors, this way, please. Ling Xiao stood in front of the soul pillar and waved at the 9 thearchs. What is this? At the head of the group, the 8th grade divine emperor creased his eyebrows, and hesitation could be seen on his aged face. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of unease the moment he saw the soul pillar. This pillar is the array core. I may have to trouble the seniors for the time being. Otherwise, if Zi Huang catches up with you, I'm afraid you and young master Yi Zhan will not escape death. Ling Xiao explained patiently with a solemn expression. Who is Zi Huang? Zi Huang is the overlord of the Endless Sea. He is the one who killed clan master Yi Zhan and took young master Yi Zhan's immortal source and monster elixir to enter the 9th grade divine emperor realm. What? Hearing that, Emperor God Heavenly Crocodile's expression changed. A 9th grade divine emperor was the top person in this world. Even more, this realm was not something that could be achieved with hard work. It also required great talent. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the heavenly ways suppression. For example, Emperor God Heavenly Crocodile had entered the 8th grade divine emperor realm a few hundred years ago, but could not take another step forward. Seniors, the situation has forced me. Let's hurry up. It will be a little painful at first, but you will get used to it soon. Ling Xiao smiled warmly. His white robe fluttered in the wind. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a celestial being. All right, thank you, mister. In the end, the 9 emperors took a deep breath and stepped into the soul pillar. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's face was filled with evilness. His eyes shone brightly like the 9 sky demon scars, revealing an ancient aura. Around him, his soul power was vast, and it evolved into thousands of strange phenomena. There seemed to be tens of thousands of souls howling and hundreds of ghosts walking at night. It was extremely eerie and evil. The dark Yin-Yama scripture was the inheritance of the ghost clan in the upper domain. Its power was terrifying. Moreover, the ghost clan had to devour Yin-Chi and soul power to cultivate this scripture. Ling Xiao only needed to kill Tianming and move his finger to fill up his experience bar. To put it bluntly, even the first and second descendants of the ghost clan that Gue Wupu mentioned might not be as thorough as Ling Xiao. The Yama soul pillar could devour divine souls, spiritual energy, and blood chi. It was evil. Today, Ling Xiao revealed his 8th grade divine emperor realm soul power for the first time. One could imagine how powerful it was. F***CK, the 9 emperor gods looked at the young man who had turned into a ghost demon. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. However, why was there such a strong ghost chi in this young man's body? Also, what was with this divine emperor realm soul power? Why did it seem like he was more powerful than them? Seniors, scream if you want to. Here. No one will hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand. On the soul pillar, countless divine soul chains extended and pierced deeply into the bodies of the 9 emperors. Ah! Blood-curdling screams instantly rang out. Before the astonishment in the eyes of the 9 great emperor gods had dissipated, their expressions had completely turned malevolent. However, although Ling Xiao's divine soul was at the 8th grade Great Emperor realm, it was still difficult for him to imprison the 9 emperors at the same time. Around the 9 emperors, there was a demonic glow. They struggled desperately, and the entire formation shook violently. Boom, boom! Thousands of spiritual powers swept across like waves. They collided and tore cracks in the void. Even the soul pillars behind the 9 of them had dimmed somewhat. Obviously, it was difficult for Ling Xiao to suppress them all by himself, especially the 8th grade Great Emperor. His demonic aura fluctuated and broke the countless divine soul chains. Little bastard, you are indeed up to no good. The 9 emperors roared angrily. Even so, Ling Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more playful. He did not expect the Yama soul pillar to be so terrifying. Even the 8th grade Great Emperor realm could not break free. If he had not trapped the 9 emperors together, he could have killed them on the spot without any external help. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to be bound to the soul pillar obediently. 9 Dragon Sky Prison Formation. Suppress. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked above the ancient formation. Then he shouted. 9 dragon silhouettes suddenly tore through the clouds and descended from the sky like heavenly pillars. Before the 9 emperors could break free from the soul pillars, they felt a heaven-suppressing force falling from the sky. Instantly, their demonic aura was annihilated. The screams stopped abruptly. The figures of the 9 emperors were gradually covered by the golden light. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the spot. The spiritual light around him was dazzling. The 9 soul chains connected the figures of the 9 emperors and devoured their spiritual energy and divine souls. The physical bodies of the 9 emperors shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and not a sound could be heard. Only the golden formation shone brightly like a fairy. It stood quietly at the entrance of the ancestral land, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Sigh, Lord Ling Xiao is such a good person. In the center of the ancestral land, Yizhan and Ling Tian stood side by side. They looked at the fluctuating spiritual aura in the void and sighed. Chapter 769. At the entrance of the heavenly crocodile ancestral land, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sea. Immediately after, a graceful figure in purple stepped on the sea and looked coldly at the broken ancient tablet in front of her. At this moment, there seemed to be lightning flashing in her eyes, but her expression was inexplicably gloomy. Just now, when the flood dragon human experts arrived at the Sea Emperor Palace, Ziyan felt the fluctuations of the array here. However, she was confident in her means. Not to mention a few divine overlords and divine kings. Even if the flood dragon human ancestor came personally, it would be impossible to break her array easily. However, the scene in front of her seemed to have slapped Ziyan's face hard. Not only was the array broken, but the barrier on the bronze stone door also seemed to have disappeared. In other words, Yizhan should have entered. How could it be? How could a piece of trash like him break through his technique so easily? Suddenly, Ziyan thought of a person. Ling Xiao. From the moment Ao Sun and Ao Yi appeared in the Sea Emperor Palace, Ziyan felt a little uneasy. This human youth had sent a message saying that he would give her a big gift. However, Ziyan didn't believe that the Flood Dragon Human clan would dare to step out of their ancestral land, let alone dare to cause trouble in the Sea Emperor Palace. Although Ziyan still made arrangements, it was more out of caution. However, in the end, not only did the Flood Dragon Human race come, but they also sent all their divine emperors. If Ling Xiao wasn't a prophet, then it could only mean that this human youth's temperament and means were far more terrifying than she had imagined. Who was Ao Sun, the flood dragon human ancestor, an old thing that had lived for hundreds of years? As the saying went, the older one was, the more afraid of death one was. Since Ao Sun dared to die willingly, either he was forced to or he was lucky. Zi Yen felt that the probability of the former was higher. Now that the ancient tablet seal was broken, Izhan most likely returned to the ancestral land. If Ling Xiao hadn't given her such a big gift before, Ziyan would have suspected that this youth was in cahoots with Izhan. Buzz. Behind Ziyan there was a ripple again. Immediately after, a black-clothed divine emperor appeared and bowed deeply to Ziyan. Your Majesty, you're back so soon? Ziyan frowned slightly, but she felt uneasy in her heart. The god emperors of the flood dragon human race had all died in his hands. This ancient race that had been passed down for 1,000 years could be said to have been annihilated. Therefore, Ziyan had sent the experts of the Sea Emperor's palace, wanting to take over the clan's resources. But why did he come back so quickly? Dragon transformation, Sea. If you have something to say, just say it. Ziyan gloomily glanced at the black-robed god emperor as the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The dragon transformation, Sea, was massacred. Not a single person was left alive. The black-robed god emperor smiled bitterly, and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. As the largest sea area in the Endless Sea, the dragon transformation Sea had at least 30,000 monsters, if not 80,000. But in a single day, their entire clan was massacred. He was Ziyan's personal guard and had followed her on expeditions to the sea for nearly 100 years. However, compared to the past, the tragedy in the dragon transformation Sea this time was truly tragic. Thousands of miles of land had turned into a sea of blood. The shadows of corpses formed mountains, and all living beings were slaughtered. Furthermore, what was even more frightening was that the formation outside the Crystal Palace had clearly not been broken, but it was filled with the corpses of the flood dragon humans. What? Lightning suddenly flashed in Ziyan's eyes, and the sea was instantly torn apart. It was clear that she was extremely shocked. Even though the flood dragon humans' god emperors were dead, there were still many god kings in the dragon transformation sea, not to mention that ancient formation protecting the clan. If this was not Ling Xiao's doing, Ziyan would definitely not believe it. Since he had the means to lure Ao Sun and the others out of the dragon transformation sea, he probably already had the intention of exterminating this clan. For the first time, Ziyan felt that this was an opponent that could not be measured through cultivation. Furthermore, to be able to silently wipe out a royal clan, Ling Xiao definitely had a faction behind him. Investigate. Find out who did it. Emperor. The Crystal Palace's formation was not broken. I suspect that there is an internal conflict within their clan. Slap. Before the black-robed god emperor could finish speaking, Ziyan had already ruthlessly slapped him, sending him to the ground. Fool. Emperor, please calm down. How is Snake House? Ziyan's expression gradually calmed down. Although Ling Xiao had indeed given her many surprises today, he was still a youth. However, he was only a young man, and his strength would always be his weakness. Commander Snake is still on the hunting list, said Yi Futian. You may leave. Ziyan nodded indifferently. She lifted her foot and walked into the remnant of the ancient tablet. Looking at the towering ancient bronze door in the distance, she was slightly hesitant. She did not know what kind of secrets were hidden behind this ancient door. However, when she had first arrived here, she had felt a trace of desolate aura. That was a terrifying demonic might that had transcended this world, causing Ziyan to feel a lot of pressure. That was why she had sealed the ancient tablet and spread the rumor that there was a great demon hiding in the Death Sea. She had even personally killed a few sea race god emperors who had come to explore this place. Only then did this rumor become true. However, no matter how much she had calculated, she had never expected that there would be a day when Yi could break her lightning formation and return to the ancestral land. Once there was an expert that had transcended the God-Emperor realm in this 1,000-year-old secret realm. Her 300 years of planning would be completely in vain. She was hesitating whether to open this ancient bronze door or not. If she did, would she be able to bear the consequences? Fine, I will wait for you for a month. But in the end, Ziyin did not act rashly. Instead, she set up 2 new formations and sealed this place again. Only then did she turn and disappear. She still remembered her promise with Ling Xiao. The young man had said that he would bring Yi's head to her within a month in exchange for a promise from her. Since Yi had returned to the ancestral land, even if she chased after him now, it would be useless. 300 years ago, she had not been able to kill Yi, who was seriously injured, let alone him who had returned to the ancestral land. Naturally, Ziyin would not believe that the ancient Overlord clan did not have any arrangements in their ancestral land. She could afford to wait for a month. Of course, even with Ziyin's temperament, she would not have thought that all the god emperors of the ancient Overlord clan had been turned into spirit stones by Ling Xiao. Buzz. Xingzhou's eastern border, where the Ling people were located. A white-robed figure stepped through the air and stood in the sky above Cold Sky City. The person who came was a beautiful, middle-aged woman. She was exuding a vast god emperor's aura. Her graceful and dignified face carried a hint of arrogance. However, before her figure landed, a palm print suddenly came crashing down from the void, instantly crushing the firmament and almost covering the sky. Layers of Taoist rhymes circulated on it, containing an indescribably terrifying aura. I am Elder Shui, Ro of the Sacred Sect. Under the order of the first divine envoy, I have come here to pay a visit to the master of the Ling people. Shui Ro shouted in surprise, but her heart was filled with shock. Didn't they say that the eastern border was barren and there were not many experts? But why did this spiritual light handprint have a kind of power that was not weaker than divine envoy Duga's? Chapter 770. An Elder of the Saint? The First Oracle? All of a sudden, several terrifying figures appeared in the sky. Ling Tianlin, in a white robe, stood in front of the crowd, frowning. His deep and indifferent eyes were like the abyss between heaven and earth, which made people feel terrified. From the moment Shui Ro appeared in Cold Sky City, he had sensed it. With the Ling clan's current status in the eastern border, no one dared to be so presumptuous and fly above Cold Sky City. A 5th grade divine emperor was the top in the eastern border. As for Shui Ro's appearance, it was truly somewhat unfamiliar. She was an elder of the saint. Of course, if she was just an ordinary elder of the saint, Ling Tianlin had 137 ways to make her disappear in the eastern border. But did she just say that she was the first oracle? Ling Tianlin naturally knew about the most mysterious oracle of the saint sect. It was said that this person had a golden mask and had never shown his face, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the world. However, why would the first divine envoy send someone to the Ling clan? All of a sudden, Ling Tianlin had a guess. Ling Xiao. Among the Ling people, only Ling Xiao was not in the eastern border. Although Ling Tianlin had given him many protective items, his identity meant that he was destined to be in danger. If he had not made other arrangements, Ling Tianlin would have sent someone to capture him. You are the master of Ling people. Shui Ro looked at Ling Tianlin in shock. She could easily sense the cultivation levels of the few god emperors present, but this middle-aged man seemed to be surrounded by a celestial opportunity that blocked her divine sense. That's right, Elder, why have you come to Ling people? Ling Tianlin looked indifferent. When he opened his eyes, there were many strange phenomena. I heard that your young master is Ling Xiao. Is he in the clan now? Shui Ro stared at Ling Tianlin's face. as if she did not want to miss any of his expressions. She had heard the name Ling Xiao from the divine envoys, although she did not know why a young man from the ancient clan would be so important to the oracle. But she did not dare to ask. "Oh, I wonder why Elder is inquiring about Xiao." The killing intent in Ling Tianlin's eyes suddenly intensified. No matter what the divine emissary of the sacred cult came for, he had no intention of letting him go so easily. Ling Xiao's path to immortality had just begun, and the Shenzhou continent was nothing more than a training ground for him. Only by passing the test would one be able to obtain supreme honor. Haha, it's fine. Clan leader, you only need to tell me if Master Ling Xiao is in the clan. If he isn't, where did he go? Shui Ro smiled faintly as a golden talisman flickered in her hand. At this moment, in Cold Sky City, the vassals of the Ling people had already walked out of the clan hall and looked into the sky. Among them, there was a thin and tall young man with a gloomy expression between his brows. "Clan Master, why is this elder of the sacred cult suddenly inquiring about Master Ling Xiao's whereabouts? Could it be?" An old man behind the young man asked softly. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, lest you bring disaster to the Qin clan." The young man wore a golden robe and a golden crown. He was the current clan leader of the Qin clan, Qinlong. Now that the situation in the eastern border was settled, the supreme sects were either destroyed or hidden away like the ethereal Dao Palace. The Ling people were the undisputed overlords of the eastern border. As their vassal, Qinlong had moved his entire clan to Cold Sky City to show his loyalty. In the short span of a year, the cultivation base of this Qin clan leader had improved tremendously. Although he couldn't be compared to Ling Tian and the others, he could be considered a top monster in the entire eastern border. Of course, Qinlong had only just stepped into the divine overlord realm after a year of hard work. His talent was indeed limited. Yes, clan leader. The Qin clan elder narrowed his eyes and didn't dare to say anything. On the other hand, Qinlong only looked at the many figures in the sky indifferently without a trace of emotion on his face. Qin clan? Wasn't it destroyed long ago? If I could use this clan to exchange for young master to look at me, so what if I destroyed it again? Unfortunately, he won't. He won't even look at me, because I'm weak. Perhaps in his eyes, feelings are just restrictions? If that's the case, young master, don't blame me. Are you questioning me? Elder, this is the Ling people, not the Saint sect. Do you really think you can do whatever you want in my clan, just because you're an elder of the Saint sect? Ling Tianlin snorted coldly, but didn't reply. With the current strength of the Ling people, they wouldn't have any advantage against a god master. The suppression of cultivation realms was really hard to break. However, even if a god master came personally, he might not be able to kill the Ling people easily. He saw the voice transmission talisman in Shui Ro's hand. It was obvious that the conversation between the two had reached the ears of the first god emissary. However, Ling Tianlin didn't know why the first god emissary was looking for Xiao, or his whereabouts, so he didn't dare to reveal it, so as to not disrupt Ling Xiao's plan. He already knew what Ling Xiao had done in the past year. This kid was really becoming more and more mature. This way, even if he went to the upper world, he could be completely at ease. That was the true beginning of his immortal path. Ling people, you're wrong. I'm just following orders. Moreover, if the Saint sect really wanted to destroy the Ling people, I wouldn't be the one here now. Shui Ro snorted coldly. No matter how powerful the Ling people were, they were just the Shenzhou ancient clan. With the suppression of a god master, the Saint sect was the power of heaven. How dare you? Ling Tianlin's expression turned cold, and a mysterious light suddenly flickered around him. An invisible force pressed down on heaven and earth. The blue sky darkened, and strong winds blew. Endless Dao Law light bloomed in the sky, containing endless killing intent. Obviously, the lord of the Ling people was really angry now. The god emissary's guess was right. Ling Xiao was most likely not in the clan. Seeing the scene, Shui Ro didn't panic at all. Before leaving, God Emissary Dugo had given her a life-saving item. As long as Ling Tianlin couldn't kill her in one blow, she had a way to escape. At that time, when the mission was completed, would the God Emissary bestow upon her great fortune? Haha, may I know why the Saint Sect's elder is looking for me? But just as Ling Tianlin was about to attack, a calm and gentle laughter suddenly came from the entrance of the Ling people's secret realm. Hearing this, not only Shui Rou, but also Ling Tianlin's expression turned serious. The entire Cold Sky City suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a white-robed figure walking in the air. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a warm smile on his face. There seemed to be 7-colored light floating around him. On his handsome face, there was a touch of calmness after experiencing prosperity. A bright green lotus appeared under his feet, and layers of divine light surged in all directions. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent, and not a sound could be heard. Only the young man stood at the top of the sky, looking down on everything. His temperament was unique, and he was like a god or an immortal. Chapter 771. The sun hung high in the sky. Under the golden sun, Ling Zhao's figure stood quietly, shining as brightly as the sky. His divine features were handsome, and he had an immortal aura. He was like an ancient immortal that had descended to the mortal world, and also like a god that had descended to the mortal world. It was dazzling. It's Master Ling Xiao. It's the young master. Young master, I love you. The entire Cold Sky City was in an uproar. Some girls cried, some geniuses clapped their hands, some elders sat up in shock, and some women jumped. Ling Tianlin narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't help but feel confused. Shouldn't Xiao or be in the depths of the sea? Who was this person in front of him? Why were their auras so similar? No, they were the same person. Could it be an avatar? But how old was Xiao? How could he create an avatar? Xiao, you've come out of seclusion. Which of the masters of the ancient race wasn't a scheming individual? Since Ling Xiao chose to appear at this moment, there must be a reason. You're Ling Xiao. Shui Rou calmed down and looked at the young man in front of her. She had to admit that Ling Zhao's appearance and temperament were top-notch. Young immortals were probably the same. It seemed that the divine envoy was overthinking. Shui Rou was a 5th-stage emperor god. How could she not see that the person in front of her was a real person and not a soul consciousness cultivator? Of course, she wouldn't have thought of the possibility of an avatar. Besides, Ling Xiao was only 18 years old. No matter how talented he was just a divine overlord ant in Shui Rou's eyes. How could an ant have any bad intentions? I'm the real one. Elder, may I know why you've come to Ling people? And I don't think I've seen the first divine envoy before. May I know why you're looking for me? Ling Xiao looked innocent and curious. Shui Rou didn't know what to do. Haha, young master, you're overthinking. I've heard that you're very handsome. Ling people would like to pay you a visit. Oh, I see. Then, elder, please come to Ling people for a chat? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Since the divine messenger of the saint had taken the initiative to come to him, there was no reason for him not to make use of it. Although a 5th-grade divine emperor was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao, an ant's nest could cause the collapse of a 1,000-mile dike. If he wanted to destroy the Saint Sect, he had to not let any of the experts of the Saint Sect go. When the time comes, I will lead everyone into the central border. When the Divine Lord raises his arm and calls for help, he will realize, where did I go? This all right. Shui Rou pondered for a moment before following Ling Xiao and the others towards the ancient realm of Ling people. However, just as Ling Zhao's figure was about to disappear, his figure suddenly stopped in midair. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at Cold Sky City with a slightly surprised expression. Qin clan? Young master! At this moment, a blush appeared on Qin Lung's face, especially when Ling Zhao's gaze landed on him. It almost caused his life to reach its climax. However, in the end, Ling Zhao only nodded his head indifferently and disappeared. Before the excitement on Qin Lung's face dissipated, it completely froze. He is not even willing to smile at me? Ling Zhao, you are heartless, cold, and cruel. In the vast sea region, waves were surging. Dugu Yunjin stood on a deserted island and looked at the spiritual talisman in his hand with a puzzled expression. Ling Zhao is in the eastern border? But why does that voice sound so familiar? Or is the divine order really in his hands, and there is someone else in the sea region? Shui Rou, stay in the Ling people and watch over Ling Zhao. If there is anything, report to me immediately. In the end, Dugu Yunjin kept the spiritual talisman and looked at a human-shaped ice sculpture in front of him. At a closer look, the ice sculpture seemed to contain a person, but there was no sign of life. The extreme ice Dao law. It can't be wrong. Yi Qingchan, could it be you? Dugu Yunjin raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The things that happened in the southern border in the past few days had already made him feel a little tired. In the past few hundred years, he had been standing high in the 9 heavens and looking down on the common people. But suddenly, Dugu Yunjin felt that he was being looked down on by someone else. Moreover, even the Xian Huang divination Dao that he had always been good at had lost its effectiveness. Ling Zhao's immortal opportunity seemed to be covered by someone. It also seemed that he was originally independent of the 5 elements, yin and yang. He was not in the cycle of reincarnation and did not enter the 6 paths. Especially at this juncture, they had lost contact with the Divine Master. It was as if everything was completely under someone's control. It was so exquisite that no one could see through it or guess it. But it was a kind of uneasy feeling. But it was fine. When they found Yi Qingchan's trace, they should also meet this saint of the sacred sect. Then everything would be clear. In the Ling people's main hall, Ling Tianlin sat on the main seat and looked at Shui Rou indifferently. On the way back to the clan, he had already sent a message to the elders of all the factions to unify their statements. Ling Zhao had been in seclusion in the clan and only came out today. No matter what Shui Rou's intentions were, since she was in the territory of the Ling people, she was just a bird with broken wings. Her fate was only hanging by a thread. Master Ling Zhao, you indeed have the demeanor of an immortal. One look, and I can tell that you are not an ordinary person. Young master has been in seclusion in the Ling people? Shui Rou sipped the tea in her cup. It seemed like a compliment, but it was also a kind of test. That's right. Ling Zhao smiled gently and looked calm. Behind him, Hua Hua stood quietly. The demonic aura around her was suppressed like a servant girl. Oh, I wonder if young master has been to the southern border before? Never. Haha. Then young master should go to the southern border to take a look. The southern border's vast sea region is beautiful and full of demonic talents. Given young master's demeanor, you should go to the ends of the world and show the might of the human race. Although it is stable to stay in one place, it is still lacking in tenacity. Shui Rou nodded her head lightly. Ling Zhao suddenly grinned and said, Elder is right. Elder Shui, why don't you rest in my clan for a few days and then bring me to the southern border? I also admire the first divine emissary very much. Ling Zhao looked up and looked at Shui Rou with a burning gaze. The hand that Shui Rou used to hold the tea suddenly trembled for a moment and then calmed down. Oracle Dugu had ordered her to keep a close eye on Ling Zhao. She did not expect that this young man would take the initiative to invite her to travel with him. This was really, heaven was helping her. Originally, Shui Rou had some concerns among the Ling people. After all, she had never seen through Ling Tianlin's strength. Once Ling Zhao chose to go into seclusion again, even if she was an elder of the saint, she could not stop him. but now it was the feeling of success. That's great. Master Ling Xiao, I will rest for a day and return to the southern border tomorrow. Okay. In the end, Shui Ro smiled brightly and followed a servant of the Ling people to the back of the palace. Only after her figure disappeared did Ling Tianlin look at Hua Hua warily. Xiao, this is... Father, don't worry. She is one of us. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Tianlin waved his hand and set up a barrier to cover the entire palace. Xiao, what is going on? At this moment, Ling Tianlin still had many doubts in his heart. The barrier that he set up could not have gone wrong. But how did Ling Xiao cross the sea and return to the Ling people? Father, this is my Tao body incarnation. Ling Xiao put down the teacup and looked up at Ling Tianlin. From his father's expression, he had some guesses. It seemed that his father had been tracking his whereabouts for the past year through some unknown means. Sure enough, he was hiding something from him. Chapter 772. Outer Body Incarnation. Ling Tianlin was surprised and didn't speak for a long time. It seemed that Ling Xiao had indeed grown a lot in the past year. Outer body incarnation was something that even those who had reached the saint realm might not be able to do, let alone a teenager. However, if that was the case, it would make sense. Father, how has the eastern border been this year? Ling Xiao looked gentle and leaned lazily on the golden chair behind him. It was only in the Ling clan and in front of his father that he could truly feel at ease. The more Ling Xiao saw, the more he felt that the Ling people and the elixir sacred ground were unusual. His father and mother must be hiding something from him. Now the eastern border is completely under the control of the Ling people. Even the demon sect has become a vassal of the Ling people. Ling Tianlin smiled faintly and threw a Qinkuan bag to Ling Xiao. Xiao, are there some spiritual stones and pills inside? Keep them for yourself. Thank you, Father, but don't you have anything else to tell me? For example, the boundary-breaking talisman? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a playful light, while Ling Tianlin's face turned serious. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled. The more you know now, the easier it will affect your Taoist heart. When the time is right, I will tell you. Okay, Father, if there's nothing else, I will return to the southern border tomorrow. Ling Xiao nodded. Since Ling Tianlin didn't want to tell him, he must have his reasons. What he needed to do now was to find the real secret of the Xingzhou continent and then become invincible in this world. If you have time, go and see your mother. Lin Meng is gone. She must be lonely in the elixir, sacred ground. Ling Tianlin sighed softly, his face filled with inexplicable vicissitudes. Okay. Ling Xiao got up, bowed to Ling Tianlin, and turned to leave. Xiao-er! Ling Tianlin suddenly opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Father, is there anything else? No. Don't worry and do it boldly. I will take care of everything for you. I understand, Father. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. However, the moment he walked out of the great hall, he saw Qin Lung, who was dressed in a golden robe, standing outside the great hall. His appearance was extremely respectful. Young master, you're back. Clan head Qin, is something the matter? Ling Xiao's brows raised slightly, especially that wisp of resentment in Qin Lung's eyes. It caused him to feel a wave of disgust from the bottom of his heart. It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a year, and I miss you, young master. Oh. Ling Xiao shook his head, chuckled, and left. From start to finish, he didn't even look at Qin Lung. F***CK. This Qin Lung is obviously gay. Do I have to give him a chance? Ling people, why don't you just obediently continue to be the leader of the Qin clan and work yourself to the bone for my Ling people? Isn't it nice? You actually want to think about such useless things? Young master, you are still as cold and arrogant as ever. The corners of Qin Lung's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile, and even the light in his eyes gradually turned into a wisp of resentment. It was impossible for him to not know that Ling Xiao was in seclusion. Previously, when the Qin clan moved to Cold Sky City, he had personally asked Ling Tian about Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Although Lord Ling didn't say it clearly, Qin Lung was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't with the Ling people. In other words, Ling Xiao's appearance today was simply too coincidental. On the second day, when the sky just lit up, Ling Xiao and Shui Rou left Cold Sky City together and headed towards the Origin Core sacred ground. At the same time, news spread out from the Qin clan. The leader of the Qin clan, Qin Lung, had returned to the Qin clan and was in seclusion. He swore that he wouldn't come out until he reached the God King realm. Origin Core sacred ground below the mountain. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Elder Shui, I'm going to bid farewell to my mother. Are you going to follow me up the mountain or wait here? I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Shui Rou also needed to send a message to the first God messenger. Previously, when she was in the Ling people, she could feel that there were many spies around. Thus, she didn't take the risk. Okay, Ling Xiao didn't say much. How could he not know what Shui Rou and Duge Yunjin were thinking? However, since he had entered the situation himself, he naturally had a foolproof plan. Qin Chu, now that he was a famous demon in the sea, he would be targeted by Duge Yunjin sooner or later. And Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't allow this leak to be harvested by others. Otherwise, the previous plundering would be meaningless. In other words, Ling Xiao would personally kill him and get the kill reward. But in this way, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Once the 6 demons knew that Qin Chu died in his hands, the plan would fail. Therefore, he needed a chance to hide his identity. As a villain, he couldn't take the slightest risk. Senior Great Demon, I'm standing right in front of you. The one who killed young Master Qin Chu can't be me, right? It wasn't until Ling Xiao's figure was far away that Shui Rou took out a voice transmission talisman and said in a deep voice, Master Dugu, Ling Xiao and I are rushing to Nanjiang. Okay. On the other end of the voice transmission talisman, Dugu Yunjin's voice was obviously cold. For 3 days in a row, he searched the sea but didn't find any trace of the ice demon. This demon's whereabouts were unpredictable and without any pattern. Moreover, she was extremely familiar with the sea's terrain. Compared to Qin Chu, Qin Qingshan, and the others, the ice demon made Duge Yunjin feel more uneasy. If she was really that person, the Shangzhou would welcome a new catastrophe. It might even be more terrifying than 300 years ago. And once what he did was known by the upper realm, he would most likely die even if he begged for it. Elder Shui. Just as Shui Rou put away the talisman and looked into the distance, a chuckle suddenly came from the forest in the distance. Then, Qin Lung walked out together with the Qin clan's God Emperor and stood in front of Shui Rou. From the moment Ling Xiao left the city, Qin Lung could tell that he wasn't heading to Nanjiang, but the Dan Origin sacred ground. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Qin Lung stayed 100 miles behind the two. He had been tailing them the whole time and finally found an opportunity. Who are you? Shui Rou frowned slightly, and a vast and mighty spirit might immediately surrounded her. Elder Shui, this junior is Qin Lung. I am the master of the Qin clan, a vassal of the Ling people. Today, I have something to tell you. Qin Lung's expression was calm. Since he had chosen this path, he had already thought of the worst possible outcome. At most, he would die. Now, the Qin clan only existed in name and was reduced to a slave race. He originally thought that he would be able to receive Ling Xiao's attention because of this. However, in the end, it was just wishful thinking. Since that was the case, he could only change his method. When you are at the end of your rope and fall into a dead end, Ling Xiao, will you regret your coldness toward me back then? Oh, what is it? Shui Rou frowned slightly. Ling people's vassal. But why did this Qin Lung have such a sneaky look? Elder, may I ask why you are looking for Ling Xiao? Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you inquire about the Holy Church's actions? Shui Ro shouted coldly. Her emperor's might suddenly descended, nearly killing Qin Lung on the spot. Uft! A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Qin Lung's mouth. However, he still had a bright smile on his face. If I say that I can tell Elder some information that you want, will Elder give me a chance? Information that you want. Shui Ro's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression calmed down again. Tell me the reason why you are here. Otherwise die. Elder, Ling Xiao was not in the clan before this. Qin Lung grinned. However, the words he said stunned Shui Ro. What? Chapter 773. A year ago, the young master of the Ling people, Ling Xiao, left the eastern border. It is said that he went to the western border. During this time, he did not return to the clan. Qin Lung's eyes were cold, but there was an inexplicable pain in his heart. This feeling of betrayal was indeed oppressive. However, the more it was so, the more it made him feel an indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Qin Lung wished that Ling Xiao could kneel in front of him and repent. Only then could he erase the hatred in his heart. Went to the western border. Shui Ro frowned and stared at Qin Lung. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Elder, Shui seems to be following orders, right? I want to report to the first divine envoy directly. Impudent. You, Elder, even if you kill me, what's the point? Moreover, this is the Pill Origin sacred ground. I'm afraid that once you take action, Ling Xiao will notice it. Qin Lung shook his head and did not panic at all because of Shui Ro's anger. What he wanted, an elder of the sacred ground could not give him. You better be able to satisfy the divine envoy. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this forest today. Shui Ro clenched her teeth and took out the divine sound transmission talisman. Lord Dugu, what's the matter? There's a young man from the eastern border here. He said that he has information that you want to know. Give him the talisman. Lord Dugu. Qin Lung took the talisman, but there was no joy on his face. Or rather, from the moment he chose to betray Ling Xiao, there was probably nothing in this world that could make him feel happy, except for his regret. Speak, what do you want to tell me? If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao should have returned to the Ling people today. If Lord wants to know his whereabouts, I can go along the western border and investigate for you. When Ling Xiao left the eastern border, Yi Qingchan followed him. Even if he intentionally hid his whereabouts, he would still leave some traces. Furthermore, a few days ago, the second young master of the Ling people, Ling Tian, suddenly returned to the clan and left in a hurry. Yesterday, Qin Lung had already sent someone to the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect to investigate, and Ling Tian did not return to the sect. Perhaps his whereabouts would be the key to revealing Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Oh, why are you doing this? Dugu Yunjin's voice was extremely low, without the slightest hint of joy or sorrow, but it inexplicably made people feel stifled. I want to join the Holy Church. I want to be respected. Qin Lung's eyes flickered with scarlet. Only now did he realize why he would feel joy from betrayal. Respect. That's right. Ling Xiao never gave him the respect he deserved. Sure, if you can really find out Ling Xiao's whereabouts, I will personally accept you as my disciple. Shui Ro, pass this sound transmission talisman to this young master. Bring Ling Xiao to the immortal mystic sect to see me. Yes, my lord. Hearing that, Shui Ro's face was somewhat astonished, while Qin Lung kept the golden talisman with a radiant smile. Elder Shui, we will meet again someday. Young Master Qin, we will meet again someday. Shui Ro's expression was gloomy, but in the end, she actually cupped her hands towards Qin Lung and bowed. It was supposed to be a great merit, but why did it suddenly feel like it was intercepted by someone else? In the vast sea region, Dugu Yunjin stood in the void with his hands behind his back, pondering. If Ling Xiao really returned to the Ling people today, then he definitely knew something. And in the entire Sea region, only 2 people knew about Dugu Yunjin's plan. Eugene. Buzz. In Dugu Yunjin's hand, another talisman flickered, but he did not receive a reply for a long time. As expected, is it a coincidence, or did I underestimate you? Lord Dugu! Just as Dugu Yunjin was pondering, Yujin's voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the golden talisman. Dugu Yunjin's eyes narrowed, but he was even more puzzled. Where are you? The Dead Sea region. Where's Ling Xiao? I just entered the Sea region, so I didn't dare to rashly go forward, so I guarded the periphery of the Sea region. Once you discover his whereabouts, report it immediately. Dugu Yunjin kept the golden talisman and remained silent for a long time. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? At the same time, in the depths of the Sea region, Folded Shadow looked at the divine talisman in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His lord is indeed a divine strategist. Core origin, sacred ground, Peak Hall. Ling Xiao looked helplessly at the red-eyed moon of Shenyuan in front of him. Mother, aren't I back now? You little brat, it's been a year and you don't know how to send a message to your mother. You're only back now, and you still think you're reasonable? Moon of Shenyuan was wearing a red robe, and there was a hint of hatred between her brows. Her world was extremely simple. In the past, there were 2 people, but now there was only Ling Xiao left. How long do you plan to stay this time? Look at you, you've lost weight. Mother, I'll be leaving soon. The Saint Elder is still waiting for me at the foot of the mountain. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. If the moon of Shenyuan were in the modern world, she would be a typical, protective demon. If Ling Xiao's soul had not transmigrated here, no matter how talented the eldest son of the Ling people was or how deep his background was, he would not have been able to escape the fate of death in the end. The Saint Elder? In an instant, the look on Moon of Xuanyuan's face suddenly turned cold, and a torrential momentum suddenly fell. Endless Tao patterns evolved from the void, causing the space to collapse and the ancient mountain to tremble. Mother, don't be agitated. It's okay. I deliberately led her here. Deliberately? Xiao! Or what realm are you in now? Even with the strength of the moon of Shenyuan, she could not see through Ling Xiao's cultivation at this time. Although the stronger Xiao was, the happier she should be. However, inexplicably, there seemed to be a complicated look in the eyes of the moon of Shenyuan. 5th grade Divine King. Have you already reached the Divine King realm? Xiao! You really didn't disappoint me. With your talent, even if you look at Koff, that Saint Elder, do you want me to help you kill him? The moon of Shenyuan wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. There was a touch of kindness on her face. No, Mother. After I finish my business in the sea area, I'll come back with Meng, to accompany you for a few days. You only know how to make me happy. When didn't you say that? Meng, is talented. Even if you don't have time, I'll be happy if you give me a grandson quickly. The moon of Shenyuan glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and took out a Qinkuan bag from her arms. There are 100 elixirs above the 5th grade in this bag. You haven't been back for a year. Our Danyuan sacred land has saved some resources. Thank you, Mother. Ling Xiao bowed. Finally, under the reluctant gaze of the moon of Shenyuan, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Although he was set as a villain, he had to admit that whether it was the moon of Shenyuan or Ling Tianlin, they both gave him a lot of care. These 2 people were the only people in this world that Ling Xiao could completely trust and have no misgivings. Young master, are you done with your business? At the foot of the mountain, Shui Ro looked at the figure coming from the top of the mountain and smiled coldly. Let's go, Elder Shui. We can finally see the scenery of southern border. Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at the top of the mountain. He saw a red-robed figure standing quietly in front of the main hall on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind messed up her hair and fluttered her red robe. She stood aloof from the world and gave off a sense of eternity. Young master, where's your servant girl? Shui Ro glanced at the direction behind Ling Xiao with some doubts. A trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. I told her to stay here and take care of mother. Ling Xiao said indifferently and took the lead to walk toward the south. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Danyuan sacred land, Huahua also revealed her true body and rushed toward the center of eastern border. Now that the divine lord was missing and 2 of the 4 divine envoys were dead, the sacred sect's control over the 4 borders was no longer as terrifying as before. However, Duga Yunjin was too mysterious and gave Ling Xiao a sense of familiarity. Therefore, he still needed to arrange some other means so that it could be called foolproof. Chapter 774. In the ancestral land of the heavenly alligators, golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the heavens and revealing endless mysteries. 9 dragon roars suddenly reverberated in all directions, containing a monstrous and overbearing aura. Ling Xiao, who was in the 9 dragons' sky prison formation, suddenly opened his eyes, and the void within thousands of miles instantly collapsed. Even the 9 dragons' sky prison formation seemed to let out a sorrowful cry. Then the aura around Ling Xiao began to rise, and a deep and heavy aura surged. In his spirit sea, the Black Soul Palace also rose to a height of hundreds of feet at an incredible speed, piercing through the blue sky and connecting heaven and earth. If not for the protection of the formation, the entire ancestral land of the heavenly alligators would have been in an uproar. In the void, there were bursts of demonic chanting, as if 80,000 gods and demons were chanting ancient scriptures. The light was extinguished, and the formation space suddenly fell into eternal darkness. It was not until Ling Xiao's aura gradually dissipated that layers of golden light pierced through the black sky and sprinkled down. Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the 9 god emperors who had been squeezed dry, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. 9th grade Divine King, 9th grade Divine Soul Emperor. After devouring the 9 god emperors, his strength had obviously increased tremendously. In fact, the current Ling Xiao could be considered to have the strength to compete with the top people in the Xingzhou. Now, he only needed an opportunity to enter the God Emperor level. At that time, Ling Xiao was confident that he could easily kill a 5th or 6th grade Divine Soul Emperor. After all, the ancestral land of the heavenly alligators was an ancient realm from 1,000 years ago. The entrance was protected by the soul consciousness of the heavenly alligator ancestor, and no one knew if the place where the sky demon was sealed was set up by the ancient god mount. When he entered the Hanyue fairyland, he was almost possessed by Yi Luoyin. If not for the Taichu ancestral talisman, he might not have been able to kill him so easily. Of course, Ling Xiao would not make the same mistake again, especially when facing an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Seniors, thank you. Ling Xiao got up, took one last look at the 9 god emperors' corpses, and disappeared in a flash. Even without the 9 people, the 9 dragons' sky prison formation was enough to trap and kill god emperors. Moreover, according to Ling Xiao's guess, Zi Yan most likely did not dare to enter the ancestral land. Ancestor, heavenly crocodile, was the mount of an ancient god. This identity alone was enough to make many experts wary. As a demon, Zi Yan knew how terrifying the heavenly alligators were. Not to mention, not everyone had a realm they could hide in to avoid disaster. If Zi Yan rashly entered the ancestral land of the heavenly alligators, there was a 50% chance she would die. A proper villain would never take such a risk. Ling Xiao always felt that this woman wasn't after the title of the Emperor of the Seas. She was after something much bigger. Perhaps it was a grudge, or perhaps it was the world. That fluctuation, in the center of the ancestral land, above a large lake, Yizhan stood in front of the ancient island's main hall, looking up at the distant sky. There, golden light illuminated the sky, dyeing the entire ancestral land golden. Divine light shot into the sky, and golden clouds filled the air. Endless Tao runes overlapped, forming thousands of strange phenomena in the void. Among them, there seemed to be 9 dragons, tearing the clouds apart. It contained a terrifying majesty that could not be violated. What a horrifying formation! Young Master's methods are truly shocking. Yi Zhan shook his head and sighed. Even though his cultivation was close to the God-Emperor level, he was still frightened by this power. But it was true. This formation was set up with the help of 9 God-Emperors. If there were 100 God-Emperors in the 100 Emperor formation, would it be able to trap and kill Ziyan? Lord Ling Xiao, you are awesome, mighty, and domineering. Only a peerless person like you is qualified to be my brother. Buzz. Just as Yi Zhan was secretly amazed, the space in front of him trembled for a moment. Immediately after, Ling Xiao walked out with a gentle smile on his face. Young Master, brother. Ling Tian stepped forward and looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe. Are you okay? Do you want Sinner to give you a physical treatment? Based on his understanding of his brother, the 9 God-Emperors were most likely not in charge of the formation, but in charge of it. Although his brother was great, facing 9 God-Emperors at the same time, one of which was an 8th grade God-Emperor, was a little worrying. But now it seemed that he worried too much. Not only was his brother unscathed, but his aura seemed to be even more terrifying. Was it an illusion? I'm fine. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, then turned to Yi Zhan. Young Master, the formation at the entrance has been set up. We can go to the sealed place of your heavenly alligator clan. Young Master, don't worry. Thank you so much for this time. Without you, I'm afraid I can't even return to the ancestral land. My heavenly alligator clan has a long history and countless rare treasures. Young Master, follow me. If there is anything you like, feel free to take it. Yi Zhan laughed. Now that the last hidden danger had been solved, he was really relieved. As long as Ziyan could not enter the ancestral land, his immortal path would be free of obstacles. Invincible. Feel free to take it? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yi Zhan suspiciously. Yes, I, Yi Zhan, am not a stingy person. As long as my brother likes it, I'll take it. Here, take it. Yi Zhan laughed and patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Brother, follow me. Brother? Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth with a playful smile. Is this Yi Zhan getting too full of himself? Little Tian, you and Sinner wander around this ancient site. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. With Ling Tian's luck, if he couldn't trigger some hidden opportunities in this 1,000-year-old ancient site, he would be unworthy of his identity. At this time, there seemed to be a flash of worry on Ling Tian's face. But when he saw the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes, he gritted his teeth and turned to walk out of the island. Sai, young master, you can go anywhere in this ancient site, but don't go to the Blood Sea in the north. According to my clan's ancestor, that sea area is extremely strange. You can only enter and not leave. Yi Zhan hurriedly reminded, but Ling Xiao and Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile. Interesting. Based on Ling Tian's model, he was fearless of life and death and trained his Dao heart in desperate situations. The more untouchable a place isn't that where the fortune of the son of destiny lies. As for why Yi Zhan, who was also the son of destiny, didn't get the opportunity, perhaps it was because he had been in a deep sleep for the past 1,000 years. As soon as he woke up, he was tricked by Ziyan and had no time to explore. F***CK. Ling Xiao and Yi Zhan, one in front and one behind, walked toward the ancient temple on the island. Along the way, Ling Xiao saw many members of the Heavenly Alligator clan, but their cultivation was at the level of Divine Overlord and Divine King. Obviously, the 9 Divine Emperors should be all the powerhouses of this clan. We're here. Brother, please. It wasn't until the two walked into the depths of the ancient temple that Yi Zhan's footsteps stopped. In front of them, an ancient stone door stood in the middle of the temple. There seemed to be ray patterns covering it, revealing a mysterious aura. Ijan smiled slightly and reached out to cover the stone door. A ray of blood light quietly rippled, and then it lit up with boundless spiritual light. The stone door opened with a bang, and a strong aura of treasures and divine power rushed out. Ijan turned to look at Ling Xiao. "Brother, please." "Okay." Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked into the ancient temple. The next moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Heavenly Alligator Clan was originally the overlord of the Endless Sea. Although it was eventually destroyed in the long river of history, it was obvious that the heritage of this clan was not completely lost. At least, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the spiritual treasures and spiritual materials in this temple were far more terrifying than those of the royal clan or divine sect. To put it bluntly, there were 1, 2, 3, 5 divine treasures in this ancient temple. Oh, that's just right. Rouge, Qingqiu, and Lin Meng each have one, so that no one will blame me for being biased. I, Ling Xiao, am selfless and fair. To be honest, among them, which one do you like the most? Sigh, I don't care which one you like. It's all mine. I'm just playing around. Are you angry? Brother, how is it? I'm not bragging, right? I hate bragging. Didn't I say that the Heavenly Alligator Clan has countless treasures? Seeing Ling Xiao's eyes flicker, Ijan immediately put his hands behind his back, shook his head, and chuckled with an unfathomable look. Ha ha ha, brother. Take it. As long as you like it, take it. Here, take it. Chapter 7, 75. Hee hee, I don't think that's a good idea. Ling Xiao looked embarrassed and shook his head slightly. Ijan patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Brother, you and I hit off at first sight. Thanks to your help, I was able to return to the ancestral land this time. If it weren't for you, I might have died in Ziyan's hands. How can these external things measure the relationship between you and me?" Of course, in Ijan's opinion, Ling Xiao was righteous and not a greedy person. Even if he chose 1 or 2 treasures, he wouldn't care. After all, as he said just now, without Ling Xiao sending back the clan order, trapping Ziyan, and setting up a trap to lure the Sea Region's sky prides, he wouldn't be able to return to the ancestral land. In fact, if there was a mistake in any part of this, he might die without a burial place. For Ijan, Ling Xiao was his second parent, guiding light, lucky angel, and lifelong friend. What kind of evil thoughts could such a person have? All right, then, young master Ijan, I won't be polite. Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth with a gentle smile, but Ijan nodded with a smile. Don't be polite with me. Take it. Just take it. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me. Oh, if that's the case, then, to express my respect for young master. Ling Xiao sighed softly, looking a little dignified. Then, under Ijan's kind and sincere gaze, Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the palace that was originally filled with spiritual brilliance suddenly darkened. And what's going on? Am I blind? Ijan shouted in panic, and a demonic aura suddenly fluctuated around him. However, just as the spiritual light sprinkled down from his body, his face suddenly became sluggish. Gulp! At this time, the blue stone floor of the palace was smooth and calm, reflecting his and Ling Xiao's figures. There wasn't even a single spiritual stone left on it. F***CK? As the saying goes, fortune favors fools. That's right, but I'll correct you today. You're not a fool. Young master, do you understand how much I respect you by doing this? Ling Xiao took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. When I first saw young master, I felt that young master had a big head and a thick neck. You must be a person with well-developed limbs and a broad mind. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. Gulp. Ijan swallowed again. At this time, he couldn't wait to slap himself twice on the spot. The 1,000-year heritage of the Heavenly Alligator clan was forcefully given away by him? Furthermore, can you blame Lord Ling Xiao for being greedy? He could only blame himself for talking too much. The young master only took away all the treasures to express his respect for me. However, if I were to ask him for the spiritual treasure back now, wouldn't it make me seem stingy? Does it go against my magnanimous image? F***CK. It feels like I've overdone it. But, young master, why aren't you following the script? How can you be so righteous and intelligent one moment and so foolish the next? Can't you see that I'm just pretending to be cool? Honest, young master, you're an honest person. Beep, the chosen one is doubting himself. His Taoist heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Young master, why is your face so pale? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Zhan with a puzzled expression, only to see the latter smile awkwardly. I'm afraid of the dark. Oh, young master, shouldn't we get down to business now? Ling Xiao nodded indifferently, but he sneered in his heart. Who told you to act cool? I, Ling Xiao, specialize in dealing with all kinds of acting cool. Yes, let's get down to business. Yi Zhan took a deep breath. Now, it seemed that as long as he could control the immortal source, any heritage or spiritual treasure would be a foreign object. As long as he was strong, he would be able to fill up the treasury of the Heavenly Alligator clan in 1,000 years. After all, my father is dead. I have the final say in the Heavenly Alligator clan. Besides, if Lord Ling Xiao really wanted that demonic treasure, there was bound to be a risk of death. At that time, I'm not looking forward to his death. It's just that good fortune and danger coexist. How could ordinary people obtain the Sky Demon's item? Lord Ling Xiao, I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Young master Yi Zhan, please. Ling Xiao stepped forward and walked out of the palace. Yi Zhan did not hesitate and followed him into the depths of the ancestral land. But this is not right. Why does Lord Ling Xiao act as if he is more familiar with the ancestral land than I am? In fact, from the moment Ling Xiao entered the ancestral land of the Heavenly Alligator, he felt a trace of demonic intent in the depths of the ancestral land. Although this demonic intent was weak, it was of the same origin as his Sky Demon aura. It seemed that Yi Zhan was not lying. There was indeed a Sky Demon suppressed here. It was just that he didn't know whether this so-called demonic treasure was the Sky Demon bone or something else. But no matter what, it now seemed that the four borders were indeed hiding secrets. The reason why the sacred sect did not control the sea area was not because there were many experts in the sea area. It was most likely because the immortal power contained in the seal of the ancestral land of the Heavenly Alligator. Immortals, 9 heavens supremes, even the Divine Master and Zi Yen were small and pitiful in front of this word. Once provoked, they might not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Among the 6 realms and 10 categories, only immortals were eternal. But something was still not right. Why did the experts of the immortal clan pay so much attention to the barren land of the Xingzhou continent? Young master, do you know why your ancestors sealed the heavenly demon's item here? Ling Xiao asked casually. He seemed to be indifferent, but in fact he wanted to find out if there were other dangers in the place where the demonic treasure was sealed. For example, the incarnation of the ancient God's Mount. Well, I don't know, but I once heard from my ancestor that he followed the ancient god to conquer the Sky Demon and killed it in the end. My ancestor was rewarded with a demonic treasure. Yi Zhan pondered and suddenly shook his head with a wry smile. However, the demonic nature of the treasure was too strong for my ancestor to bear. He sealed it here and personally set up a formation to refine the demonic nature. He also told my father that if the Heavenly Alligator clan was in trouble one day, he must suppress it with the immortal source. Otherwise, it would bring a great calamity to the world. The mount of the ancient god, an expert of the world, sealed the demonic treasure in the savage sea realm. Ling Xiao frowned. His eyes flickered. Was it reasonable? With the status of the heavenly alligator's ancestor, wouldn't it be easy for him to find a realm with a stronger spiritual aura in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Why did he seal the demonic treasure here? Also, the Foliaceae were vassals of the immortal clan. They had military merits. Why would the ancient god place them here to guard the demonic bone? All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a wisp of fog gradually rising. Obviously, Yi Luiyun's words might not be entirely true. I don't know about that. But brother, to tell you the truth, the place where the demonic treasure is sealed is extremely dangerous. Even I am not sure if I can get the immortal source back. Yi Zhan sighed softly. There was a touch of disappointment on his face. Now that he wanted to take revenge and become the sole ruler of the world, he must get the immortal source in his hands. Otherwise, even if he awakened the primitive bloodline, he might not be Ziyan's opponent. After all, there were now 2 immortal sources in her body. What could I do? I was blinded by love at that time. Some people are blinded by love, and in the end, they suffer a crushing defeat. Isn't he talking about me? F***CK. Chapter 776. Young lord, do you mean that the demonic treasure is difficult to be taken away? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, his lips curling into a playful smile. If the treasure of the sky demon could be refined so easily, wouldn't it prove that the sky demon was not powerful enough? Haha, that's not the case. Brother, you have brilliant means and are proficient in array formations. Maybe you can get the demonic treasure to recognize you as its master. Besides, the demonic treasure has been suppressed for thousands of years. Its demonic nature must have been worn out a lot. Ha ha ha, brother, I have high hopes for you. Yi Zhan smiled awkwardly. Back then, in order to persuade Ling Xiao to return to the ancestral land with him, he had to use such a secret. However, he was worried that Ling Xiao would reject him, so he didn't mention the horror of the sealed land. The demonic nature of the sky demon was not something a human youth could withstand. The heavenly crocodile clan had been passed down for thousands of years. There were many experts and geniuses, but no one could truly subdue the treasure. Although Ling Xiao was strong and had many means, in Yi Zhan's opinion it was still not enough. Oh, I have high hopes for myself too. Ling Xiao smiled gently. However, if I am eroded by the demonic nature and become a demon, young lord, you won't attack me, right? Haha, brother, you must be joking. Although the heavenly crocodile clan is a vassal of the immortal clan, I, Yi Zhan, am not an ungrateful person. Even if you are eroded by the demonic nature, I will never attack you. Brother, don't worry. Yi Zhan patted his chest and promised. Of course, there was another important reason why he used this treasure to lure Ling Xiao. The immortal origin of the sealed land needed to be drawn out with the immortal origin power. In other words, even if Yi Zhan stood in front of the demonic treasure, he could do nothing. Ling Xiao only needed to draw out the immortal origin for him to integrate with. As for whether he could gain the demonic treasure's approval, it was not his concern. Therefore, there were few innocent people on the path of immortality. Even the Son of Destiny, which one of them didn't have schemes. What? The Son of Destiny had many good brothers around him. But have you noticed that his good brothers all have monstrous talents or have great backgrounds? Without any background or talent, they were just walk-ons. There's no proof. It is precisely because your clan is a vassal of the immortal race that I have to be even more worried. You see, my cultivation is not as good as young master's. What if? Ling Xiao shook his head, looking a little hesitant. How about this? I swear on my Tao heart that even if brother is corroded by the devil will, I will never attack you. Otherwise, I won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. All in all, Yi Zhan didn't tell the truth on this trip, so he felt a little guilty at this time. In his opinion, even if Ling Xiao had entered the demonic path, how could he possibly be a match for him? However, brother Ling Xiao, your cautiousness is something I should learn from. If I had been as cautious as you 300 years ago, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Oh, if that's the case, I'm relieved. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and followed Yi Zhan into the depths of the ancient island. Dao Heart Oath? Little seafood, are you worried that my Dao heart hasn't collapsed completely enough? It wasn't until the two of them arrived at a barren mountain that Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned solemn. At this time, what appeared in front of them was a barren stone mountain. The stone mountain was 100 feet tall and completely black. There were bursts of devil floating on it, as if it was bound by some terrifying force. Over time, it turned into a layer of devil cloud at the top of the mountain, which was a shocking sight. Brother, this is the forbidden area of my heavenly alligator clan. When we enter later, you just need to release your immortal source power, and you will be able to sense the immortal source. At that time, we will rely on you. Yi Zhan's expression was also a little solemn. Even though he was now a half-step martial emperor, in front of such a ferocious creature, he still felt frightened and cold all over. There was a faint chill rising from the soles of his feet, which made him very uneasy. But I have been to this forbidden area several times before, and I have never been as nervous as I am today. What is going on? Could it be that Ziyan made me lose my confidence? Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and chuckled. He took the lead and walked toward the forbidden mountain. Yi Zhan took out the clan token and imprinted it on the barren mountain's ancient array. A golden light broke through the sky like the sun, and the clouds intertwined. Vaguely, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic shadow standing quietly on the mountain peak. In particular, the pair of brown eyes contained a trace of fluctuation, which made Ling Xiao stop in his tracks. Sure enough, there is a divine consciousness here. In Ling Xiao's soul sea, the primordial ancestral symbol let out a soft cry, as if warning him. Of course, since they were already here, Ling Xiao never thought of retreating. The reason why he sent out his Dao body was equivalent to leaving a backup plan. If the risk of this trip was too high, he would not hesitate to hide in the realm and summon his Dao body again. The heavenly alligator clan's ancestral land could not run away. At worst, he could start all over again and come up with another plan. Of course, his life was the most important. Brother, come with me. Yi Zhan's expression turned solemn. The golden dragon ancient seal hovered quietly above his head, isolating the wisps of demonic will. Ling Xiao also pretended to be cautious and used the thunder power, turning it into a sun to cover the sky and shroud himself. Brother, good move. Yi Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, especially the thunder surrounding Ling Xiao's body. Even he felt an inexplicable fear. There's hope. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more tricks he had, the more confident they would be on this trip. However, Yi Zhan would never have dreamed that the person standing beside him at this time was not his brother, but the old demon. The two walked side by side, heading toward the depths of the barren mountain. The deeper they went, the more turbulent the gloomy feeling became. The terrifying demonic will covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire barren mountain. At this time, except for the spirit treasures Dao will around Ling Xiao and Yi Zhan, there was no light in the entire world. Brother, next is the place where the demonic creature is suppressed. Be careful. Yi Zhan took the lead and stepped in front of an ancient temple in the mountain. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao saw that there were many mysterious runes engraved on the four sides of the ancient temple. There seemed to be immortal brilliance flowing on it. Although the colorful light was covered by the demonic qi, one could feel a sense of suppression from the ancient times. Obviously, what was sealed in this temple should be the sky demon's treasure that Yi Zhan mentioned. Yi Zhan took a deep breath and didn't say a word in the end. There was a flash of blood on his palm, and he pushed the temple door open fiercely. Boom! Boom! The terrifying demonic will suddenly erupted like a vast sea, about to annihilate the 9 heavens. Even Ling Xiao was pushed back a few steps by the demonic will at this time. Yi Zhan flew out in an instant and landed beside Ling Xiao with blood stains on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the stone door of the ancient temple opened with a bang, and a tyrannical and evil aura rushed out. "Young master, be careful!" Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. A thunder sun bloomed in his hand, completely shrouding Yi Zhan's figure. However, under the cover of the thunder sun, a wisp of heavenly demon intent appeared and blocked the heavenly demon intent that filled the sky. However, in such a demonic sea, even Yi Zhan didn't notice the slightest difference at all. He looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. "Young master, you're awesome. You can even perfectly block the demonic will. Fortune, you are my heavenly good fortune. With the Lord Ling Xiao, why should I worry about this?" Chapter 777. Brother, you're really my lucky star. Yi Zhan sighed deeply and stood up from the ground. He looked at the lightning around him with an extremely excited expression. Originally, he was worried that with his current strength, he could not withstand the erosion of the demonic will. He did not expect that Lord Ling Xiao could solve it with just a flick of his finger. "Don't you think it's infuriating? I wanted a good fortune, and the heavenly Tao sent such a young man to my side to protect me all the way to the heavens. I, Yi Zhan, am indeed the one chosen by the heavens. I can survive the millennium tribulation safely. What can a mere Yen do to me? Let's go. Young master, the sooner we find the immortal source, the sooner I can send you to the heavens." Ling Xiao smiled gently, but his eyes were cold. Now, this young master heavenly alligator only had 1,000 luck points left. If he played with him a little, he would be finished. However, Ling Xiao did not make a move. It was not because he knew how to lick, but because he was not sure if there were any other dangers in this ancestral land. With their current relationship, even if the heavenly alligator ancestor left a divine sense here, Yi Zhan would definitely stand on his side. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill such an excellent shield? Ascend to the heavens. Yi Zhan was taken aback. Isn't this a coincidence? Did the young master think of the same thing as me? Ascend to the heavens, ascend to the top of the heavens. Boom! The moment the two stepped into the ancient palace, the stone door behind them closed abruptly. Immediately after, a great force descended from the sky and shrouded the two figures instantly. The ancient palace, which was originally as dark as night, suddenly lit up with a bright, immortal light. Thousands of rays of light and melodious Taoist rhymes surged like a raging sea. There seemed to be a wisp of mighty divine power in it. Ling Xiao stood in place with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. At this time, he could see a tall black shadow standing quietly in the middle of the palace. Layers of demonic were fluctuating around the black shadow. Endless strange phenomena appeared one after another, evolving into the heavens, earth, and earth. Reincarnation, space, and time order seemed to be annihilated here. Even the light seemed to fall eternally in that shadow. Although Ling Xiao did not see the face of the black figure clearly, just by standing there, he gave off a terrifying demonic aura that seemed indestructible and indestructible, impervious to the 6 paths of reincarnation, impervious to the 9 heavens. The dark light contained a majesty that caused the heavenly Tao to tremble. Thousands of demonic wills converged into a single strand, making the black shadow appear even more imposing and tall. He was like a demon lord standing at the peak of the sky, quietly standing in the clouds, overlooking the common people. Plop! Beside Ling Xiao, Yi Zhan's legs suddenly went soft, and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a wisp of indescribable terror and panic, and it was as if he'd seen an indescribable terror and calamity. It made people despair, and they unconsciously wanted to beg for forgiveness. Decadent, demonic chants resounded in his ears as tens of thousands of demonic shadows descended from the sky and knelt before the black shadow. In front of him, immortals, gods, ancient demons, ghosts, devils, and monsters were all insignificant and insignificant. I beg you, spare my life, please spare my life." Yi Zhan's voice was filled with fear. Even with the protection of the thunder sun, His aura was still gradually weakening. However, just as the black light was descending from the sky, a clear light suddenly lit up above the ancient palace. Immediately after, the demonic wills were restrained for a while, and a terrifying divine brilliance fell from the sky, smashing fiercely on Ijan's head. Ouch! Ijan cried out in despair and curled up on the ground. No, no, I'm dead. I'm going to die. Young master. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile as he shook his head slightly. He lost his luck, but why did he lose his courage? It seemed that Ijan still couldn't break free from Ziyan's nightmare in the past 300 years. The Son of Destiny was protected by the heavenly Tao. But how could all living beings be born with an invincible state of mind? His demon core was dug out, his immortal source was taken away, and he lived in fear. The real feeling in his heart should be resentment, hatred, and fear. It shouldn't be, Ijan will fight against the heavenly Tao in this life and establish the 9 heavens again. If you were so awesome, why did you end up like this? Therefore, without the halo, it would be real. The confusion in Ijan's eyes disappeared. He looked up at Ling Xiao, and a touch of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out that the demonic treasure didn't want to kill me. Everything just now was an illusion. Cough, cough. Brother, did you feel a demonic will invading you just now? Yes, my Tao heart was almost unstable. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and looked at the clear light above the demonic shadow. He already had an immortal source in his body, so he could easily feel the aura of the same origin. But it wasn't the demonic bone. Although the demonic shadow in the palace had the aura of the sky demon, it wasn't the aura of a physical body. It was more like a kind of residual power left behind after being contaminated by the demonic will for countless years. Aha! It seems that brother's Tao heart is really tough. I'm relieved. Ijan stood up, still looking a little fearful. He had been to this forbidden place several times, but he had never stepped into this ancient palace. There was even a tradition in the ancient Heavenly Alligator clan that if one wanted to subdue this demonic treasure, his cultivation must reach the 8th stage of the martial emperor realm. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash. Of course, Ijan had never thought of subduing this demonic treasure. What he wanted was the immortal source that suppressed this thing. As for whether Ling Xiao could break the seal set by the ancestor and subdue this demonic treasure, that was not his concern. The immortal source is in the array above the demonic treasure. Young master, you can take it now. Ling Xiao looked up at the ancient array hidden in the clear light. At this time, he could vaguely feel a wisp of soul consciousness in the array. Obviously, it was set up by the heavenly alligator ancestor. However, if he wanted to get close to the demonic shadow, he had to go through the seal. In this way, he would definitely wake up. Ling Xiao had to be cautious when dealing with the remnant soul of a heaven and earth realm expert. Moreover, this soul was different from Yi Luoyan. It was the core of the array. In other words, if Ling Xiao did not enter the array, it should not be able to escape from the array's control. How should I destroy it? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly lowered his head to look at Ijan. At this time, he could feel that his connection with the realm had been completely cut off by the pressure here. Even his universe ring could not be opened at will. The heavenly alligator ancestors' means were indeed terrifying. Only by sealing everything could it be foolproof. However, if the heavenly alligator ancestor's soul had the strength to suppress the demonic treasure, it would not have asked Ianai to scatter the immortal source and put it into the array. In that case, it should have been powerless for a long time. Otherwise, it would not have slept in the array and not awakened until now. Now that 1,000 years had passed, how much power did this ancestor's soul have left? Why not give it a try? Even if Ling Xiao could not defeat it, the soul would not dare to step out of the palace. Good brother. Thank you so much this time. I will take the immortal source first, and then help you to subdue the demonic treasure. Ijan gritted his teeth and finally strode toward the place where the demonic will was surging. Ling Xiao stood at the door of the palace and looked coldly at Yi Zhan's figure. Now that the immortal source was taken away, what choice would the heavenly alligator ancestor make? Chapter 778. Ling Xiao really didn't know much about array formations. However, the circulation of the demonic will immortal source in this array couldn't escape his divine soul's perception. At this time, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the demonic will in this array was suppressed by the immortal source. In other words, the heavenly crocodile ancestor's divine soul power was probably unable to completely suppress the demonic will. The immortal source was the key to this array. The idiot Yi Zhan was now bent on taking revenge on the Sea Emperor. Merging with the immortal source was his only way out. Of course, according to the general plot, after Yi Zhan merged with the immortal source, he might awaken the heavenly crocodile ancestor and cause the demonic will to leak out, resulting in some terrible consequences. However, what was the Son of Destiny for? Wasn't it to create difficulties and solve them? The more difficulties there were, the more fun it would be to solve them. Therefore, according to the original plot, Yi Zhan might have another opportunity here, or awaken a more terrifying bloodline, or use the power of the heavenly crocodile ancestor to completely subdue the demonic treasure. Don't ask me how I know. If you ask, it's just my guess. The buy one, get one free thing was fate. There would only be surprises when there were twists and turns. Entering the array to obtain an opportunity was a matter of course. Suddenly being eroded by the demonic will and falling into a deadly situation made one's heartstrings tense. Breaking through before death, achieving a stronger Son of Destiny, going through hardships and dangers to merge with the demonic treasure. Yeah, it was a greater opportunity than the immortal source. Everyone understood. Until Yi Zhan walked to the array, the demonic will in the hall didn't cause any hindrance to him. Nonsense. If the Son of Destiny wants to collect the opportunity, shouldn't I, the villain, clear the obstacles for him? In Ling Xiao's eyes, the demonic will quietly rippled, and the originally turbulent demonic power strangely quieted down. The entire hall was dimmed by the demonic light. It wasn't until now that Ling Xiao saw that what stood in the ancient hall wasn't a demonic shadow, but a pitch-black battle armor. The battle armor was mottled with rust, and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. It revealed an ancient desolation. On its surface, a clear light flowed, transforming into chains to imprison and seal it. With just one glance, Ling Xiao actually felt an uncontrollable excitement from the demonic will in his body. This was especially so for the devil blade, an ancestral symbol in his soul sea. They let out joyful cries as if they were reuniting with old friends. Sky Demon Battle Satit turned out that the heavenly alligator clan had sealed this item. Buzz. At the same time, Yi Zhan arrived in front of the immortal source. Then a golden light burst out from his body, and his spiritual power was vast and mighty. The shadow of a heavenly crocodile appeared out of thin air and grabbed at the immortal source. Boom! But just as Yi Zhan's palm was about to touch the immortal source, an ancient and vast aura suddenly descended from the ancient palace. An unparalleled killing intent spread out, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Has he awakened? However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest bit of surprise. This heavenly crocodile's consciousness should not have been destroyed. It was just asleep. Now that someone was trying to snatch his immortal origin. If he still did not wake up, he would most likely die in his sleep. Who is it? How dare you disturb my slumber? It was a familiar opening. As expected, these ancient people were all the same. Ancestor. The crocodile shadow outside Yi Zhan's body shattered instantly, and he fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow. However, there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, there was a touch of excitement. The 13th generation grandson of the heavenly alligator clan, Yi Zhan, greets the ancestor. A descendant of the heavenly alligator clan? You have awakened your ancestral bloodline. Not bad. In the great array, divine light sprinkled down, and then a slightly illusory figure of an old man gradually revealed his true form. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and there was a dignified look on his aged face. However, just as he stretched out his hand and was about to help Ijan up from the ground, his eyes suddenly narrowed. That was because he seemed to have sensed the aura of a human in this great hall. Wasn't this nonsense? Since when did the heavenly alligator forbidden land allow a human to step into it? Besides, shouldn't this kind of inheritance be one-on-one, with the ancestor being kind and the son being respectful to complete the inheritance? When have you ever seen someone watching such a sacred moment? Who are you? The heavenly alligator ancestral soul roared angrily, and there was a sudden surge of soul power outside its body. Ling Xiao only felt a majestic force descending from the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile. Sure enough, this old thing couldn't come out. Although the soul power was terrifying, it was only at the level of a fourth-stage martial emperor. Although it contained an immortal power that was several times more terrifying than the Shengzhou cultivators, it was still a fourth-stage martial emperor. For Ling Xiao, it was not a threat at all. However, at this time he still cooperated and flew back a few feet until he hit the stone pillar of the ancient hall. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the lightning around him dissipated, and blood spilled from his mouth. To deal with such an ancient expert, of course, he had to put on a good show. Let him look down on him and disdain him so that he could give him a bigger surprise. Although this old thing had obviously lost a lot of energy. Who knew if he had any trump cards that could allow him to transcend this world? Those who stood at the top of the world were all scheming people. Being cautious and foolproof was the basic quality of a villain. The chosen one was good at pretending to be a pig. I, Ling Xiao, am familiar with all kinds of tricks. Can't I imitate it? Ancestor, stop! Ijan panicked and stood in front of Ling Xiao, with a touch of helplessness and resentment in his eyes. Ancestor, you are already so old. Why are you still so impulsive? You almost made me bear the crime of being ungrateful and killing a donkey after it has served its purpose. If this spread out, what difference would there be between me and Ziyan? Jana, why are you doing this? The heavenly alligator ancestral soul frowned, slightly puzzled. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have understood something. Could it be that you were the one who brought this human in? Bastard! How can a lowly human ant enter the forbidden area of my great heavenly alligator clan? You are simply humiliating my heavenly alligator clan. Ancestor, please listen to me. Our clan had countless experts, but that was all in the past. Now, our heavenly alligator clan has fallen. Ijan sighed softly, his eyes full of hatred. Fallen? That's right. In order to seal this demonic creature, my clan was exterminated thousands of years ago. Even I almost died in the sea. If it weren't for this righteous, kind, handsome, and fearless Lord Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to walk in front of you. What? The heavenly alligator ancestral soul was obviously stunned. It turned to look at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. I have been rude. Young human, you are very good. Since you are here, you should be at ease and submit to my heavenly alligator clan. It is also a good fortune for you. As for you, Jean, since you can awaken the ancestral bloodline of my clan, you are also blessed by the ancient god. In this way, you can help me seal this demonic creature completely. What? Ancestor, you mean? Ijan was stunned. He turned to look at Ling Xiao with an awkward expression. Young master, this. It doesn't matter. Let me show you a little first. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but there was an inexplicable evil glint in his eyes. Chapter 779. Perform. Ijan cocked his head, looking at Ling Xiao with surprise. Young master didn't seem to be angry. That's right. Although it's a good fortune, you have to be alive to take it. The power of this demonic treasure isn't something an 18-year-old boy could resist. I admit that you're strong with many tricks, but if you want to take this treasure, you'll have to die. Anyway, what's the meaning of performing? It's okay. I just want to see you act tough. Let's get started. Ling Xiao waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned around, walked to a corner of the hall, and sat down cross-legged. Feeling his weak aura, the ancestral alligator's god soul didn't look at him anymore. A human ant, a young boy, could be killed with a wave of his hand in his array. Just now, he had used a wisp of his aura to almost kill him. If Yijan didn't have a special bloodline that could help him achieve his goal, he would have killed this human already. He was still alive because the ancestral alligator's god soul didn't want Yijan to resist him. In the past 1,000 years, he had used the immortal origin to refine part of the demonic intent of the demonic armor. However, as Ling Xiao saw, his wisp of god soul wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Now his body couldn't come here. Once his god soul dispersed and the demonic armor appeared, the ancient god would skin him alive and cook him. However, Ling Xiao didn't know if the ancestral alligator's body was dead or not. Thus, today, even if he wanted to kill Yijan and this god soul, he couldn't use the power of the sky demon. He couldn't even use the power related to the sky demon. Moreover, he had to let nature take its course. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. Ancestor, you scared me just now. You scared me silly. My Tao heart isn't stable, and my spiritual energy is weak. Demonic intent eroded me. Isn't it reasonable? Little Jean, you came here. Inside the ancient array, the ancestral alligator's remnant soul looked at Yijan with gratification in his eyes. God bless my clan. When my soul was about to disperse, a descendant awakened the ancient, desolate bloodline and came here. That way, I won't let the ancient god down. Ancestor, I came here to collect the immortal origin in this formation so that I can break through and avenge my clan. Yijan gritted his teeth fiercely, and an enchanting face gradually emerged in his mind. Even though he had hated her for 300 years, there was still a trace of pain in Yijan's heart. Perhaps she had her own difficulties that she had no choice but to do. Oh, this strand of immortal origin is the key to suppressing the devil treasure. If you take it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to seal this devil treasure again. Zhu Yi's god soul sighed. If this immortal origin was complete, he could use the immortal power inside to seal this demonic treasure. However, what Yi had placed into the array was an incomplete immortal source. Of course, if Ling Xiao walked into the formation, the ancestral soul would be able to detect the immortal origin aura in his body. Unfortunately, this formation was a seal. Even his divine soul's perception was isolated within this formation. Therefore, he could only see that Ling Xiao was a human youth, but could not even clearly sense his cultivation level. What should I do now? Yijan was stunned for a long while before looking at the ancestor in front of him in panic. Without the immortal origin, with only the bloodline, how long would he have to cultivate to catch up with Ziyan? My soul consciousness is on the verge of collapse, so I can only take a risk now. Zhu Yi's god soul suddenly turned around, looking at Yijan with a solemn expression. Jean, since you've awakened my clan's ancestral bloodline, you should be able to fit perfectly with my soul body. Now, what the F asterisk CK? Ancestor, are you trying to steal my body? Yijan's body trembled as he exclaimed in fear. I'll take over your body, my ass. I'm not dead yet. Zhu Yi's god soul was stunned for a few breaths before glaring at Yijan with disappointment. This kid's talent is not bad, but why does he look like a retard? Yes. Ancestor is not dead yet. How could you steal my mortal body? Yijan sighed in relief, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. But Ancestor, you said, I will use my god soul to control your body. Then I can perform some of my techniques. Otherwise, with your strength, even if you fuse with the immortal origin, it will be difficult to seal this armor. Zhu-Yi's god's soul shook his head with a wry smile. Yijan's eyes focused. After talking for a long time, he still wants to steal my body? Ancestor, how do you control it? Just open your soul, see, and let me in. After I seal this armor completely, I will return your body to you. Zhu-Yi's god's soul said calmly, but Yijan's face was obviously hesitant. Jana, you don't believe me? Ancestor, how can I not believe you? But you see, my body is just at the God King level. Your god's soul is so terrifying. What if? In fact, Yijan couldn't be blamed for being hesitant. After all, 300 years ago, he had put his life in the hands of the person he trusted the most. However, what awaited him was a hellish nightmare. He didn't care whether this demonic treasure was born or not. The immortal clan's ancient god was too far away from him. He just wanted to fuse with the immortal origin, leave this place, and cultivate hard. One day he would stand in front of Ziyan and ask her if she had ever regretted it. Humph! Even if this armor's demonic intent is sealed, this treasure's grade is still the best in the world. When you wear it, no god emperor in this lower realm can break it. Zhu-Yi's god soul snorted and said with resentment, Of course, my god soul also has many nine heavens' unique skills. I will leave them in your soul sea. This. All right, ancestor, I will take this risk for the heavenly alligator clan. Yijan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Fortune and danger coexisted. He understood this principle. If he could really obtain these two fortunes, then wouldn't Emir Ziyan be able to kill him with a wave of his hand? Lord Ling Xiao, you don't mind, right? After I kill Ziyan and take my revenge, I will give this armor to you. How about it? Open your god soul. Zhu-Yi's god soul sighed. However, just as his god's soul flew out of the ancient array and was about to rush toward Yijan, a shrill roar came from the edge of the ancient palace. Roar! Kill! Kill! Boom! In the ancient palace, the originally calm demonic intent suddenly stirred up ripples. Layers of devil chi swept out like waves, slamming into the spell formation with all their might. Yijan were stunned and turned to look the place where the demonic aura was surging. They saw Ling Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in the palace, suddenly stood up and roared. His aura was chaotic and his eyes were cold and evil. It was shocking. Kill! Kill! What's going on? Yijan was stunned. Even the god soul of the heavenly alligator clan stopped abruptly. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Has this kid's mind been eroded by the demonic intent? Kill! Kill! I am in so much pain. I want to kill. Heavenly alligators, ancestral land. Heavenly alligators, ancestral land. Ling Xiao looked as if he had gone mad. He turned around and rushed out of the ancient palace. Seeing this, Zhu-Yi's god soul finally panicked. Chapter 780. Boom! Golden patterns rippled on the stone door of the ancient palace. The moment Ling Xiao's figure touched the stone door, the entire hall lit up with clear light. Formation runes appeared and completely blocked his figure. Let me out! Let me out! Boom! Boom! Endless demon chi swirled around the young man. He seemed to have turned into an evil demon, crazily hitting the door. Damn it! Don't let him out! Zhu-Yi's god's soul shouted angrily. As he was about to chase after him, his face froze. His god's soul couldn't get out of the seal. However, once that young man got out, he would become a demon who would wreak havoc in the world. Moreover, most importantly, once the sky demon's aura was detected by the demon clan, the 9 skies would fall into true chaos. As the mount of an ancient god, Zhu-Yi's god soul naturally knew many secrets of the world. Although the immortal clan was the master of the world, the demon clan had never disappeared. The sky demon, even if this immemorial great demon had been dead for countless years, Just a wisp of his aura was enough to make countless demon clan experts go crazy. Ling Xiao, you can't get out of this palace. You can't live either. Ancestor. This. Yi Zhan was frightened, especially when he saw Ling Xiao's craziness. He had an indescribable fear. Was it because the ancestor had hurt the young master and caused him to be eroded by the demon will? Since it has come to this, there is no other choice. Little Zhan, I will merge the power of my God soul into your sea of soul and teach you the method to seal the demon treasure. Kill this demon first, then merge with the immortal origin. Finally, seal the demon armor. Zhu Yi's God soul lifted his head, glancing at the ancient array that was moving around the palace. Eventually he sighed. Ancestor, this young man has turned into a demon. Perhaps he can use the real demon will. With your mortal body, I'm afraid you can't be his opponent. Don't hesitate. When you step out of the mortal world, I will personally welcome you. Zhu Yi's God soul's face suddenly turned serious. Suddenly, a wild aura gushed out from his body. Yi Zhan's face was a bit dull. Mortal world? Ancestor meant. Xingzhou? Buzz. An ear-piercing buzzing sound resounded. Shortly after, tens of thousands of Dao runes suddenly appeared in the ancient array and sealed the demonic armor in the hall. Immediately, the divine elephant pushed forward, and the sound of epics colliding reverberated. Zhan, with my current soul power, I can seal this demonic armor for half a day. I'll leave the rest to you. You only need to follow the method I gave you to set up the formation, and there will be no risk at all. In the end, the devilish intent in the hall silently disappeared. Even the clear light and divine radiance dissipated at this moment. At the same time, the ancestral alligator's god soul turned into a beam of dazzling light, disappearing into Iwor's sea of soul. At the same time, the young master of the heavenly alligator clan suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. Layers of demonic chi swept out like waves, causing countless cracks to appear in the void of the entire ancient palace. Dark clouds gathered, and terrifying tribulation, lightning fell from the sky. However, Yi Zhan didn't show the slightest panic on his face. Instead, he looked up to the sky and roared. A golden demon crocodile stood in the sky above his head, blocking the terrifying tribulation thunder. Second stage Emperor God, the bloodline of the desolate ancestral alligator, and 2,000 Providence points. Ling Xiao turned his head, looking at the demonic shadow under the lightning curtain. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. At this moment, he couldn't feel a trace of the ancestral alligator's god soul's aura. Obviously, in front of the sky demon, the crocodile ancestor had chosen the safest way, which was to sacrifice a wisp of his soul consciousness to help Yi Zhan become a great emperor god. Perhaps in front of this crocodile ancestor, no matter how talented Ling Xiao was, he was just an 18-year-old boy. His bone age was still there. In just 18 years, what kind of realm could he reach? The path of cultivation was like eating and drinking. It was about gradual progress. Thus, talent was one thing. What was more important was time. Boom! An ancient, surging aura floated from the depths of the thunderclouds. Vaguely, a terrifying demonic shadow stepped on the sky and earth. Sigh. A soft sigh resounded quietly. Then, Yi Zhan's figure tore through the thunderclouds and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. At this time, his face was extremely calm, and there was even a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes. He bowed in the direction of the void, looking sad. Finally, he turned to look at Ling Xiao. Brother, I promised not to kill you, but I have to listen to the ancestor's last words. I will bury you in my ancestral land, and you will enjoy the worship of incense for generations to come. I will also guard your coffin for 10 years to make up for what I owe you. After saying that, Yi Zhan no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, and the void in front of him instantly collapsed. But at this moment, the boy who originally had his back to him suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at him. Oh, young master, Are you so sure that I will be the one to die today? Huh? Yi stopped in his tracks and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Especially at this time, the latter's eyes were so clear that he felt it was very unreal. Young master, Ling Xiao, you broke free from the shackles of the demonic will. That senior, just now. Ling Xiao smiled playfully, but Yi sighed softly. My clan ancestor's soul has returned to the ninth heaven. I am relieved that young master is fine. I swore by my Tao heart, no matter what, I will not do anything to this human young man. Otherwise, my Tao heart will be flawed in the future, which is a great taboo in cultivation. Relieved? Just now, young master seemed to want to kill me? I remember that young master swore by his Tao heart before. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. There was a chill in his eyes, and a wisp of demonic aura quietly rippled around his body. Now, there were still 2,000 points of luck left in Yi body. He still needed to use some means to completely exhaust Yi light and heat. Young master, Yi face froze, and his eyes were slightly embarrassed. Yi, it seems that you are not a man who keeps his promises. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and his tone was slightly disappointed. Young master, this demonic armor is of great importance. I really had no choice just now. How about this? After I integrate with the immortal source, I will help you seal this armor and give it to you. Oh, is that so? Okay. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and walked to Yijan's side. The two stood side by side, looking at the demonic armor and immortal source in the hall. To be honest, Yijan was more or less relieved. Just now, he thought that Ling Xiao was going to turn against him. In the 300 years in the sea domain, he suffered humiliation. Now that he finally found a like-minded person, he didn't want to lose everything again. What's more, if he attacked, he would go against his Tao heart and violate his oath. So, what was the difference between him and that woman, Ziyan? Young master, then I will collect the immortal source first, and then help you seal the demonic armor. Wait for me for a while. Now that Ling Xiao had broken free from the demonic will shackles, Yijan was no longer on guard. He trusted the character of this young master of the human race. But just as Yijan lifted his foot and walked forward, he suddenly felt a pain in his demon core. What a familiar feeling. Yijan lowered his head blankly, looking at the black blade that pierced his body and the blood on it. He felt like he had been hit hard, and he couldn't react for a while. Seal the demonic armor? This armor is so overbearing. Why seal it? Young Master Yijan, I am suddenly very interested in this immortal source. Why don't you give it to me? Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed softly. His voice was steady without any ripples. However, the desire to battle in his eyes was shocking. Chapter 781. Yijan, the young master of the Heavenly Alligator Overlord tribe, was also a true genius in this world. However, 300 years ago, he mistakenly believed in Ziyan and had his monster core and immortal source dug out. Although it was a blessing in disguise and he awakened his bloodline, it was obvious that a shadow had been left in his heart. To completely undo the knot in one's heart, one had to kill the enemy first. Unfortunately, Ziyan was still alive. In other words, no matter how calm Yijan was now, there was still a crack in his heart. How could a heart that had been betrayed be as good as before? Therefore, for those who were betrayed by a woman, after taking revenge, they would hardly laugh to the sky and feel relieved. Instead, they would feel a little sad. They would even sigh softly and wish they were like before. Why was that? Because hatred came from love. If there were no feelings, why be persistent? Now that Yijan's cultivation had entered the Emperor God realm and he had obtained the inheritance of the ancestral alligator, it was not that Ling Xiao was afraid of him, but he was a villain. Why should he care about fairness? Stabbing him in the back could not only open his scars and plunder his luck, but also take the initiative in the next battle. Why not? Ling Xiao avoided Yijan's vital parts and did not kill him directly. A heavenly alligator's monster core was more precious than an ordinary 6th grade spirit core. Do you know how to manage a household? Moreover, this person of destiny had not run out of luck. If he was trapped in a death situation, who knew what kind of trouble would come out of it? Slow down, steady, squeeze him dry, and crush him. Why do you think I carefully planned and protected him all the way to the ancestral land? Of course, it was to let him understand what it meant to rise and fall and to give him some experience in the immortal path. In life, there were always many unexpected surprises. This was the growth that one had to experience. Ijan, you don't have to thank me. Boom! Ijan gritted his teeth fiercely. He had no time to think. His figure suddenly rushed out, and his whole body bloomed. He turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Was it the feeling of his body being hollowed out again? However, before he could react from the shock, he saw the young man in front of the palace door suddenly blooming with sky demon intent. F***CK. He did not break free from the demon's shackles. Lord Ling Xiao had really fallen to the demon. Beat. The child of destiny's Tao heart has collapsed, and evil thoughts have been born in his heart. Congratulations to host for plundering 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. East John stood in place at a loss. In particular, the demonic intent in Ling Xiao's eyes made him feel a sense of dread. In fact, compared to the devil will emanating from the formation, he actually felt that the devil will on this young man's body was purer and denser. Am I not clear enough? I also like this immortal origin. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and took a step forward. He held the ancient saber in his hand horizontally. It instantly shattered the void and fell on Ijan's head. You dare betray me! Ijan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the demonic brilliance outside his body illuminated the sky. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying killing intent contained in Ling Xiao's saber. Even though his physical body was injured, his aura was still vast and mighty. He struck out with his palm and caught the blade light in his hand. Boom, boom! The moment the two collided, the void instantly collapsed and shattered. Ijan's figure actually retreated a few feet in a sorry state before he staggered and stopped. His eyes were already filled with shock. Why? Why was he forced back by Ling Xiao's saber, even though his cultivation had stepped into the Emperor realm? Could it be that this devil will is so terrifying? Why? Tell me why. East John stood in place with a ferocious expression. It was the second time. This was the second time he was betrayed by someone he trusted. This feeling was 10,000 times more painful than the physical injury. Ziyan, Ling Xiao, why? Why do you have to do this to me? Is it because I showed my killing intent first and violated the oath, causing Lord Ling Xiao to hate me? Coupled with the erosion of the devil will, it led to the current situation? Young master, I was really helpless just now. I didn't really want to kill you. Ijan sighed, and there was a hint of guilt on his face. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's smile grew wider. Oh, but I wanted to kill you from the beginning to the end. The time was almost ripe. At this time, he only needed to tell the truth and inform Ijan of the key to this situation. Presumably, the son of destiny's Tao heart should be completely shattered. What do you mean, young master? Ijan's expression turned cold, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, especially the calmness in Ling Xiao's eyes. It was like the last attack that shattered his Tao heart, ruthless and cruel. Could it be that he was never controlled by the devil will at all? I was the one who killed Ego. The immortal origin in my body was dug out from his body, and I was also imprisoned by me. As for the flood dragon human race, they should be wiped out now. Ling Xiao's smile was gentle, but the words he said made Ijan feel cold all over. His body trembled slightly and he staggered back. There was no trace of blood on his face. Beat. The son of destiny's Tao heart is completely shattered. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Beat. The son of Destiny's luck has run out. Kill him now for additional rewards. It's finally broken. Ling Xiao smiled brightly and stretched his muscles a little. A heavenly crocodile that had awakened the ancestral bloodline was worthy of his attention. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could you? You are in cahoots with Ziyan. At this time, Yizhan finally understood. It turned out that the luck protection he thought he had was all deliberately arranged by this young man. He sent the clan order from afar just to gain his trust. He came up with a plan to send the Flood Dragon clan to attack the Sea Emperor Palace, which was also to let them walk into the trap. Outside the ancestral land, opening the seal and trapping the Sea Realm prodigies were all part of this young man's scheme. How could it be? How could a young man from the human race have such a terrifying scheme? Step by step, without any intention, everything was under his control. Suddenly, Yizhan realized that what he was afraid of was not Ling Xiao's strength at all, but his courage to use the common people as chess pieces. No, Ziyan and I are just taking what we need. Before Ling Xiao's voice died away, his figure had already swept out. In his hand, the immemorial demonic blade bloomed with dazzling demonic light, and the demonic intent that was originally sealed by the array formation emitted a deafening buzzing sound at this moment. Buzz, buzz! The saber intent was unparalleled, transforming into a demonic brilliance. Thousands of saber intents fell from the sky, piercing through the void, tearing the sky apart, and slashing down on Yizhan's head. Damn it! You all deserve to die! Yizhan roared to the sky. In his eyes, rays of light spewed out, and his demonic aura was vast and mighty. A golden crocodile shadow stepped across the sky and stood on top of Yizhan's head. A palm covered with scales stretched out horizontally, carrying a vast golden brilliance, and fiercely pressed against the terrifying saber light. Chapter 782. The heavenly crocodile's shadow slowly raised its hand and crushed the void instantly. Strands of multicolored light intertwined and evolved like divine radiance, and it emitted a dazzling light in his palm. Boom! The saber radiance entered the palm, and a terrifying power erupted. Layers of the void turned into ripples. The blue sky shattered, and heaven and earth sank. Die! Yizhan's face turned pale as he roared. The originally thin and small figure actually expanded at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it overlapped and merged with the 100-foot-long crocodile shadow. Boundless blood energy rushed into the heavens, surging up and down like an ancient sea, releasing a deafening sound. Then he punched out with a force that could suppress eternity, landing directly on Ling Xiao's head. With this punch, spatial cracks visible to the naked eye almost covered the entire ancient mountain. The vast blood chi was pure to the extreme, with a kind of primitive and barbaric force. As expected of a primitive and primitive species. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and the moon suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yizhan's strength could be regarded as the strongest among the destined ones he had met so far, especially his bloodline, which faintly had the will to suppress the heavens. The ancient god's mount was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, how could a mere second-class divine emperor be taken seriously by Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao held the ancient saber in his hand horizontally, and there seemed to be golden light sprinkling on it. Then, with a slash, it turned into a ray of black light, splitting heaven and earth, and destroying the primordial chaos. Endless strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and thousands of demonic chants resounded at the same time. In the misty space where the black light passed, there seemed to be a sea of stars sinking and immortals beheading. In a trance, a demonic shadow stood in the sky, stepping on the 9 heavens and crushing the world. He stood there, overlooking all living beings, making people want to submit to him and even end their lives. Suddenly, colorful rays of light flew. The entire ancient palace was clearly divided into 2 colors. On one side, there was a sea of demonic aura, rippling like the light of destruction, without a trace of light mixed in. On the other side, there was a golden light shining like a piece of golden iron, showing that it was indestructible. A deafening droning sound spread out in all directions and covered the surroundings. Just a strand of aura that was casually emitted was vast and mighty like the might of the heavens, and it caused one's scalp to go numb. On the ancient island, the numerous geniuses of the sea region who were imprisoned in cages raised their heads in horror and looked toward the depths of the ancient island. However, he saw that the clouds there had long been destroyed. He could vaguely see a black light covering the horizon, revealing a myriad of demonic intents. Among them, there seemed to be the sun and moon shattering and epics being destroyed. It was like the end of the world. Under the shroud of the black light, a golden radiance suddenly lit up, as if it was about to break through the barrier. However, in the end, it seemed to be somewhat lacking in strength, and it gradually dissipated. What a terrifying attack! What kind of people are fighting? The young master of the Black Tortoise, Xian, had a terrified look on his face. F*CK. I just want to try my luck here and see if I can find some good fortune. Why did it feel like they were walking right into a trap? That demonic will contain the murderous intent of the ages. Could it be that there was a 9 heavens great demon imprisoned in the ancestral land of the heavenly alligator? Boom! Just as everyone was secretly pondering, in the east direction of the ancient island, a multicolored light shot into the sky, covering the clouds and the sun. A blood-red sun rose into the sky, blooming like a sea of blood. Where the blood-red light scattered, there seemed to be a demonic shadow flickering, looking extremely evil. That pure blood-red color made people panic just by looking at it. It was as if they were in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, unable to extricate themselves from the fear. Not just one. There were 2 great demons in the ancestral land of the heavenly alligator. How was this a secret place of the Celestials? This was simply a demon's den. Woo-woo! I want to go home. Let me go home. Some geniuses cried out. Clearly, their Tao heart was shattered by the 2 demonic intents. At the same time, in the east direction of the ancestral land of the heavenly alligator, Yi Sun-er's pretty face was solemn. She looked at the churning sea of blood in front of her with her jade-like hands in front of her chest, looking nervous. Just now, Ling Tian entered the sea alone and did not appear again. However, the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, and demonic intents swept across. At this time, although Yi Sun-er was worried in her heart, she did not dare to enter the sea rashly. She just held an ancient jade tightly in her hand, waiting anxiously. Before coming to the southern border, she had exchanged a wisp of soul consciousness with Ling Tian and hid it in the jade. Now that Ling Tian's soul consciousness had not been destroyed, presumably he was still alive. If she rushed in rashly, she would definitely distract him. Junior brother Ling Tian, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I will be buried here with you. In the depths of the ancient island, the heavenly alligator forbidden land, Ling Xiao stood indifferently in the hall, holding a saber in one hand and the other behind his back. In the place directly opposite him, Yizhan also had a cold expression, and his demonic aura was gone. I have something to ask. Yizhan stared at Ling Xiao, and there seemed to be some loneliness in the depths of his eyes. Say it. Ling Xiao nodded, and a drop of blood spilled from the edge of the demonic saber. Are you eroded by the demonic intent here, or are you a demon? Yizhan's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light, and his aura surged into the sky. However, this kind of domineering aura did not have the slightest power. It was more like a kind of final radiance. What's the difference? Ling Xiao smiled gently. He suddenly stepped out, penetrated the space, and stabbed the saber into Yizhan's heart. Thousands of demonic intent lingered, like a fog, shrouding young Lord Heavenly Alligator's figure. A black moon appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes, swallowing Yi Zhan's divine soul. In just a short breath, Yi Zhan's body suddenly shriveled up, leaving only his head. Ling Zhao casually threw it into the interspatial ring. Beep. Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Destiny. You have obtained an additional reward. Destiny Forging value 3%. Total progress 28%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a developing sky talisman. Can shield the heavenly Tao for 10 breaths. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luck plundering talisman. Developing sky talisman. Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. The system had not been updated for a long time, and he thought it was useless. Now it seemed that it was just the setting of the Shangzhou that had not been changed. At this time, after swallowing Yi Zhan's soul consciousness, Ling Zhao became more and more interested in this ancestor of the heavenly alligator, an ancient god's mount with supreme cultivation, but he was not a supremacy. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. In the end, Ling Zhao dug out Yi Zhan's monster core to reward Hua Hua. He took Yi Zhan's interspatial ring, then turned to look at the celestial source and the demonic armor. Logically speaking, the demonic armor was originally a relic of the sky demon, which was of the same origin as him. It should not be difficult to refine it. However, it had been suppressed by the heavenly alligator clan for thousands of years. Who knew if the ancestral alligator had other tricks up its sleeves? Therefore, he collected the celestial source and tried to enter the imperial realm. In this way, even if the ancestral alligator had other tricks up its sleeves, he could bring the demonic armor back to his territory to merge with it. It would be foolproof. When Ling Zhao walked into the ancient array and sat down cross-legged, he waved his hand and gathered the celestial source scattered all over the array. Then he swallowed it directly into his body. Boom! Thousands of celestial rhythms rippled leisurely. With the experience of merging with the celestial source, Ling Zhao did not panic at all. Demonic light suddenly bloomed around him, as if the demonic sun had fallen to the mortal world. The celestial might contained in the celestial source was almost instantly annihilated. Chapter 783. At the center of southern border, at the foot of Xuanxi Mountain, Ling Zhao's Taoist physique looked at the golden-robed figure in astonishment. There was a trace of doubt between his brows. 9th grade divine emperor, Xiantian sacred body. The first divine envoy of the sacred sect was actually an expert with a sacred body. However, Ling Zhao did not know what kind of talent this sacred body had. This is Lord Dugu. Shui Ro stood beside Ling Zhao and bowed slightly to Dugu Yunjin. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, I have long heard of divine envoy's great name. Buzz. At this moment, an ancient mirror suddenly rose from Dugu Yunjin's hand and floated in the void. There seemed to be a golden sun shining down on Ling Zhao's head. Seeing this scene, Ling Zhao's face was filled with fear. However, he sneered in his heart. Although he did not recognize who Dugu Yunjin was based on his appearance. However, it was obvious that since this divine envoy had sent someone to the eastern border, he must have known his identity. It was reasonable for him to test him now. That's right. After a long while, Dugu Yunjin nodded indifferently. His eyes, which were exposed under the golden mask, flickered with golden radiance. He looked at Ling Zhao coldly and then turned to look at the clouds in the distance. With his cultivation, he could naturally tell that the young man before him was not an impersonator. He was a living creature with flesh and blood. There were no talismans or techniques on his body to conceal it. In other words, this person was Ling Zhao himself. However, for some reason, Dugu Yunjin's eyes were filled with doubt. With Yu Jin's strength, it was impossible for him to lose track of a young man. Therefore, the saint must be in the depths of the Death Sea. Could it be that it was just a voice? However, why did the Qin clan's clan master say that Ling Zhao had just returned to the clan yesterday? Could there be such a coincidence in this world? If Duge Yunjin remembered correctly, Ling Xiao should have comprehended the lightning Dao law. However, although there were fluctuations of lightning Dao law in the young man before him, it was a mysterious Dao. It was not as domineering as the lightning Dao law. What was going on? For a moment, Duge Yunjin really wanted to capture this young man and search his soul. However, this Ling Xiao's identity was special. He was the successor of the Ling people and had followed Shui Rohir. Although Duge Yunjin did not really care about the ancient clan of the eastern border, the Shenzhou continent was currently in turmoil, with undercurrents surging. Once he killed the innocent, it would definitely lead to other disturbances. After all, the saint was in the sea region. He only needed to wait a few more days for the saint to appear or disappear. Then he would be able to figure out Ling Xiao's identity. The higher one's status was, the more careful one had to be. Moreover, Ling Xiao's talent was unique, and he had already reported this to the Divine Master. If he were to kill him now, the Divine Master would be suspicious of him. Sigh. There was indeed a lack of trust between these two people. Hopefully, that young man from the Qin clan would be able to give him some useful information. In the past few days, a devil has appeared in the southern territory and slaughtered the common people. Since you've come here to temper yourself, then investigate his whereabouts with Elder Shui and annihilate him as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Duge Yunjin took a step forward and instantly disappeared. It was not until he was far away that Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Duge Yunjin had obviously suppressed his voice when he spoke just now. In other words, he was pretending. It seemed that this divine envoy was indeed an acquaintance. However, Ling Xiao had never seen a 9th-grade divine emperor other than sect master Taishan. Moreover, once such a divine body appeared, it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to notice it. Who exactly was it? But to kill a devil? Puffed! Divine envoy, no matter how many thoughts you have, I'm afraid you have never thought that the devil that appeared in the southern territory was prepared by me for you. As long as you don't have any luck, I bet you can't kill anyone. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the ancestral land of the heavenly crocodile, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the east, blood clouds were surging like the sea. Above the ancient island, there were mystical ripples that evolved into thousands of strange phenomena. The demonic clouds that originally shrouded this place had already completely dissipated. This undoubtedly made many Sea clan geniuses quietly breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, in the ancient palace, there were thousands of rays of light outside Ling Xiao's body. There seemed to be a demonic shadow standing behind him, quietly protecting him. Boom! At a certain moment, there was suddenly a loud sound of thunder between heaven and earth. The thousands of miles of sky instantly darkened, and the moon and stars were hidden. Only endless black clouds were left, about to press down from the sky. Boom! Boom! There was a glaring lightning that illuminated the world, but it disappeared in an instant. A torrential rain was about to fall, and even the air was damp with the smell of soil. Then, countless lightning bolts like the Milky Way tilted, instantly lighting up the sky. Everyone stared at the lightning curtain that poured down from the sky, dumbfounded. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. F***CK? Is this a heavenly tribulation? I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. With this momentum, did someone break through the divine emperor realm and was about to enter the western heaven? Not to mention a divine emperor powerhouse, with the heavenly power contained in the tribulation lightning. Even an immortal god would find it difficult to bear the power, right? However, at this moment in the ancient mountain palace, feeling the terrifying lightning spreading down from the top of his head, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest panic. He raised his head and looked at the place where the Milky Way shone brightly. His body turned into a graceful swan, and he rushed straight toward the endless lightning. Boom! The endless sea of lightning enveloped heaven and earth. and there seemed to be Taoist rhymes in it. However, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the air like a rock, unshackled his spiritual brilliance, and withstood this tribulation with only the strength of his physical body. For some reason, he always had a vague feeling that this world not only shackled his spiritual power cultivation, but also suppressed his Taoist rule realm. Boom! Boom! The lightning waterfall lasted for several hours before it gradually dissipated. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the earth. Runes appeared from Ling Xiao's body, and there was a divine brilliance lingering for thousands of miles. A surging and shocking aura gushed out from his body. Even his blood seemed to contain a divine ocean, and it rumbled and surged. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and it was as if a thunder sun had bloomed. A ray of light from his eyes was like an ancient, immortal sword slashing through heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, even the void was neatly cut into pieces. Divine Emperor Realm. The corners of his mouth curled up into a warm smile. Then, the void in front of him suddenly fluctuated. Xiong Huan, Xiao Pei, Xing Xin, and the others appeared out of nowhere, and then they bowed to Ling Xiao. Go! Clean up the heavenly crocodile clan on this island. Don't touch the sea region prodigies. Yes, master. Xiong Huan, come with me. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky and stood in the ancient palace. Now that the immortal source had been lost, the array in the palace had also lost its former power. The moment Ling Xiao raised his head to look at the demonic armor, he suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him. Plop! Chapter 784. Master. Xiong Huan knelt behind Ling Xiao and bowed deeply to the demonic armor. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tears, and even the aura around him was inexplicably bleak. Do you recognize this demonic armor? Ling Xiao's tone was calm, but he was somewhat curious. What kind of existence was the Sky Demon? Why was his name able to make the 9 heavens fear him and all living beings fear him? However, all the experts who had followed him were unswervingly loyal, and even if they died, they would not regret it. Even demon generals like Xiong Huan and Liang Yi, who were originally standing at the top of the world, were willing to give up their cultivation, step back into the reincarnation cycle and fall into the mortal world, just to wait for their master to return. Liang Yi, who had ignited his reincarnation cycle, appeared again and again for 1,000 years, waiting in the midst of life and death. Xiong Huan, even if his life force was gone, used his obsession as his soul, and finally waited for Ling Xiao to appear. With their strength, it was not too difficult for them to hide in the 9 heavens and live a carefree life. However, the two of them still chose the most difficult and painful way to live this long life. Was the Sky Demon dead? He should be dead, or else Ling Xiao would not exist. However, no one could guarantee that he would really be reborn one day. Even if Liang Yi had seen some things by igniting his reincarnation cycle, what he could see could no one else see. The heavenly Tao was impermanent. This was what Ling Xiao had been worried about. Above the heavenly Tao, was there anyone who looked down on all living beings and treated all living beings as chess pieces, or rather playthings? This demonic armor belongs to the Sky Demon? Ling Xiao sighed softly, and there was an inexplicable vicissitude in his eyes. Merciless demonic armor. Master's demonic armor. Xiong Huan stood up, his eyes a little red. Although Ling Xiao's current aura was no different from the Sky Demon's. However, it was always difficult for Xiong Huan to completely overlap him with the figure in his heart. Merciless. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect the name of this demonic armor to be so domineering. That's right. Normally, this battle armor can transform into a myriad of forms. However, when it truly reveals its battle stance, all who see it will be killed without mercy, be it immortals or Buddhas. Xiong Yuan's eyes were filled with fascination as his eyes suddenly surged with battle intent. Actually, I've only seen the final form of no pardon twice. Kill all who see it? Ling Xiao nodded and chuckled, as expected of the treasure left behind by the sky demon. Such a domineering aura was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 immemorial demon. Does this ancient devil blade have a name? Ling Xiao clenched his fist, and the demonic blade appeared in his hand. The demonic will on it overflowed uncontrollably and surged into the sky. As for the unforgiven devilish armor, devilish light shone from it, as if they were close friends who had reunited after a long separation. This demonic blade is called Samsara. Samsara? With one slash, the heavenly Tao will cease to exist, and the world will reincarnate. There was obvious respect in Xiong Yuan's eyes. That kind of devout fear touched Ling Xiao. This was the domineering aura of the sky demon. He stood at the top of the sky and looked down on all living things. The world praises my real name with fear and devotion. What are the ranks of these two treasures? Ling Xiao nodded slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wondered how terrifyingly tyrannical these two divine objects would be after their seals were broken. Ranks? I don't know. I only know that these two divine weapons are my Lord's treasures. They were born at the beginning of the universe. I see. Xiong Yuan, guard me. In the end, Ling Xiao did not say anything more. He lifted his foot and walked towards the unforgiven devilish armor. Now, there were no more powerful cultivators in the ancestral land of the heavenly crocodile. With the 9-dragon sky imprisoning formation, no one could easily break in. The reason why he had asked Xiao Qian and the others to kill the remaining members of the heavenly crocodile was just to be safe. After all, the demonic intent in the Forbidden Land was too intimidating. It was hard to guarantee that no one would recognize it. Only by killing them all would he be safe. As for the divine soul of the ancestral crocodile, even if he had left something in the demonic armor, it would be a divine soul mark. With the ancestral talisman, any divine soul that entered Ling Xiao's sea of soul would only end up one way. Yes, my lord. Xiong Yuan bowed and turned to stand beside Ling Xiao like an ancient demonic statue. He no longer emitted any aura. Ling Xiao walked to the front of the unforgiven demonic armor and gently reached out to stroke the ancient armor that had accompanied the heavenly demons for countless years. At this moment, he could feel that as his palm touched it, the demonic intent in his body uncontrollably flowed out and eroded the demonic armor. The originally rusty and mottled armor actually began to emit a faint black light. The rust fell off, revealing an ancient black armor engraved with thousands of demonic runes. On the armor, there were many scars. In the middle of the demonic armor, there was a ferocious crack that pierced through the armor. Apparently, the unforgiven devilish armor had been destroyed. It made sense. When the sky demon had fought against the 4 ancient gods and billions of immortals alone, he had been killed. How could this armor be intact, like before? Buzz! Gradually, the black light on the demonic armor became brighter. Ling Xiao squinted. The real body of the sky demon appeared out of nowhere. Endless demonic intent turned into a vortex, covering him and the demonic armor. Images floated into his eyes. He saw an ancient figure standing in the blue sky. Below him, there were many celestial tribe experts in golden armor. The golden light was as bright as the sun. Only the wisp of black was like the obsession of the 9 heavens. It was gradually destroyed by the golden sun, but it was eternal. The golden armor covered the heavens. A beam of demonic light broke through the sky. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, there were countless undercurrents in the endless sea. There was the ice demon who wreaked havoc in the world and killed countless experts in the endless sea. Those who were killed by him turned into ice sculptures, their bodies and souls destroyed. There was also a young great demon who walked in the endless sea, saying that he would kill all demons and avenge the human race. The entire endless sea was shrouded in a layer of shadow. However, the people in the southern border were also in a state of panic. Countless tribes were slaughtered. The gone sky demon sect, which had disappeared for a long time, seemed to have appeared again. The world was dark, and there was a faint blood cloud covering the sky. But what was strange was that in the midst of this storm, the Sea Emperor Palace was strangely quiet. Even the Ocean Emperor Zi Yan had not appeared for a long time, until one day, golden light suddenly shot into the sky from the Ocean Emperor Palace, illuminating the ancient times. A wisp of divine might suppressed the sky and cleared the endless sea. Only then did Zi Yan walk out from the depths of the palace. She looked calmly at the place where she was in seclusion. There was a charming smile on her face. It had been 300 years. This day had finally come. Next, it should be the real battle between the heavens and the earth. The master of all races, Zhou Yandao, are you worthy? Some things, so what if you got them? In the end, you are just a heaven stealer. You have to bear the revenge of the heavens and the earth. Zi Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Her figure instantly disappeared. At this moment, a golden talisman was shining with a dazzling spiritual light in her hand. Zi Yan, there is movement in the ancestral land of the heavenly crocodile. Chapter 785. Between Heaven and Earth. Demonic clouds suddenly floated in the sky, covering the sun. Thousands of strange phenomena rose and fell from the depths of the heavenly alligator ancestral land. Vaguely, a demonic shadow of 100 feet stepped through the void, coming from ancient times, and stood quietly above the sky. It was just a shadow, but it made heaven and earth silent, and the living beings were terrified. Even the group of Sea Area Heaven's prides on the ancient island unconsciously prostrated themselves on the ground, feeling a kind of suppression that came from the bloodline. In the ancient palace, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, looking calm. The unforgiven demonic armor that originally stood in the palace was long gone. Ling Xiao lowered his head and glanced at the emperor's star robe on his body. With a thought, the emperor's star robe immediately dispersed, turning into a black robe that covered his body. Upon closer inspection, the robe and cuffs were embroidered with countless ancient golden patterns, graceful and luxurious, overflowing with a domineering aura. Ling Xiao stretched out his palm and gently clenched it. Immediately, his entire arm was covered with battle armor, like a demonic arm, but also like divine scales, layer upon layer, ferocious and terrifying. There was a demonic aura on it, and the power of heaven was vast. Even the void collapsed at this moment, revealing countless deep cracks. At this time, Ling Xiao vaguely felt that even if he did not use any spiritual power or demonic aura, his emperor god body would not be able to withstand the power of this punch. Congratulations, my lord. Xiong Huan bowed, and Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. The originally ferocious demonic arm suddenly dissipated, turning into a long robe without any clues. Let's go, it's time to go out. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. However, when the two figures appeared in the sky above the ancient island, they looked a little surprised. In the east direction of the ancient island, a blood cloud fell from the sky, covering thousands of miles of the sky. There was a heart-palpitating demonic aura circulating, evolving into endless strange phenomena. This aura, Xiong Huan's expression turned cold, and there was a rare trace of joy in his eyes. You recognize it? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. That direction was the other forbidden area of the heavenly crocodile's ancestral land that Yi Zhan mentioned. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was a sign of the appearance of creation. Apart from Xian Xian, who was captured, only Ling Tian was left on the island. It was clear that he had most likely gained something as well. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the aura of the Blood Devil Emperor. Xiong Huan nodded slowly, his eyes filled with surprise. I didn't expect to see the Blood Emperor again after 1,000 years. Blood Emperor? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously, he had learned from Liang Yi that when the Sky Demon Palace was at its peak, there were 3 venerables, 5 emperors, 7 kings, and 9 generals. Blood Emperor should be one of the 5 emperors. He did not expect that not only did the heavenly alligator ancestral land seal the sky demon's treasure, but it also sealed the demon emperor. That's right. The Blood Emperor is one of the 5 emperors of the Sky Demon Palace. He has the immortal body of a blood devil and is said to be immortal. Xiong Huan's eyes were filled with vicissitudes, and there was an inexplicable sense of loneliness around him. During the Great Divine Demon War, the Blood Emperor fought against the 5 immortal emperors of the Immortal Clan alone. In the end, his whereabouts were unknown. Now it seems that he has fallen. Immortal Emperor. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise, but he understood in an instant. Whether it was the mortal realm or the immortal realm mentioned by the ancestral crocodile, or the demon emperor and immortal emperor mentioned by Xiong Huan, it seemed that they were all beyond the realms that he knew. But no matter what, the Blood Emperor had fought against the 5 immortals of the same realm. Obviously, the Blood Emperor's combat ability was heaven-defying. It was getting more and more interesting. This world was really vast. He wondered how many immortals and demons were left in this world after the layers of fog dissipated. Master, those people might not know that you have been reborn. The Immortal Clan has a remarkable ability that allows them to sense reincarnation through their thoughts. So now, there are some things that I cannot tell you. Xiong Huan sighed. Although Ling Xiao was invincible among his peers, he was still small and weak in the eyes of those who truly stood at the top of the world. Once those people knew of his existence, they would definitely kill him with thunderous means. Yes, let's go and meet the Blood Emperor. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. He stepped forward and disappeared from where he was. Whether what awaited him in the 9 heavens was a conspiracy or the worship of the demons, his journey had just begun. Even the azure world above the Shangzhou was only one of the thousands of worlds. Only when he stepped out of the shackles of this world and saw the true races of the world could some secrets be revealed. Okay, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, arrived above the Blood Sea. From afar, Ling Xiao saw Yi Sinner standing by the sea looking nervous. Big brother. Yi Sinner was stunned when she saw the figure that suddenly landed in front of her. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face. She did not know when such a belief had formed in her heart. As long as Ling Xiao was there, the so-called danger was just training. Big brother, hurry up and help Ling Tian. I can feel that his aura is gradually dissipating. Yi Sinner's eyes were red. She held an ancient jade talisman in her hand, and her tone was extremely anxious. Don't worry, little Tian will be fine. Ling Xiao smiled gently, but his eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. At this moment, the surging demonic will in the Blood Sea was far from the sky demon's aura, but the fierce and eerie feeling was even more oppressive. The Blood Emperor was an extremely powerful existence from ancient times. Even if a strand of his divine soul was not destroyed, his aura was not something that Ling Tian could withstand. However, Ling Xiao was slightly puzzled. If the Blood Emperor was really not dead, how could he escape the detection of the celestial race and even the heavenly alligator race? Of course, whether it was a strand of the Blood Emperor's divine soul or his corpse in the Blood Sea, it would be very difficult to truly kill Ling Tian. Judging from this kid's providence, even Ling Xiao would have to put in some effort to kill him now. But, big brother, Ling Tian has already been in there for a month. During this month, his soul has been weakening. I'm afraid Yi Sinner naturally did not know about providence. At this moment, she just looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter expression. I'll go down and take a look, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He took a step forward and was about to walk toward the Blood Sea. Master, I'll go with you. Xiong Huan took a step forward first. The demonic will around him surged and turned into the shadow of a demonic bear enveloping Ling Xiao. The endless blood sea swept over and landed on Xiong Huan's body. In the end, the 2 figures disappeared and fell into the Blood Sea. Boom! As the 2 of them went deeper, a blood-red demonic that made one's scalp go numb suddenly descended. Even with Xiong Huan's protection, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable pressure from the demonic will. The entire world turned blood-red. It was as if there were thousands of demons chanting in his ears, shaking his mind. When the two of them landed at the bottom of the blood sea, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he could see that the source of the demonic will was not the Blood Emperor's divine soul or his corpse, as he had imagined. Instead, it was an extremely familiar figure, Ling Tian. In the endless demonic will, the young man's figure sat quietly with his legs crossed. In between his eyebrows, a drop of dark red blood flashed with demonic light and evolved into endless avatars. Streaks of blood spread out like a spider's web, enveloping Ling Tian completely. It was like a giant cocoon containing destruction and rebirth. Chapter 786. The Blood Emperor's Inheritance. Xiong Huan stood beside Ling Xiao, his eyes trembling. It was rumored that the Blood Emperor was immortal. Even if not a drop of his blood was lost, he could still rebuild his body and return to the world. The drop of blood between Ling Tian's eyebrows clearly contained the Blood Emperor's aura. But why didn't he obtain a new life? Why did he end up in the Shenzhou? What exactly happened back then? It should be a kind of inheritance. But with Ling Tian's strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to withstand such a demonic intent. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn. A drop of blood actually contained such power. One could imagine how powerful the Blood Emperor was when he was at his peak. But Ling Tian originally cultivated the sword Dao. Although he had the sword vein divine physique, this physique was not good for defense, but for supreme offense. If he rashly merged with the Blood Emperor's inheritance, he would definitely die. Of course, according to Ling Xiao's guess, Ling Tian was most likely going to die in this life. People with destiny had to go through thousands of tribulations before they could reach the top of the world. They might die in the hands of other people, but they would definitely not die in front of destiny. But just in case, Ling Xiao still decided to help him. Once this guy merged with this drop of blood, it meant that he would completely fall into the demonic path. Wasn't fighting against the heavens and killing immortals the devil's mission? Buzz. With that thought, Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand. Endless demonic intent formed a chain and enveloped the blood cocoon where Ling Tian was. Since the Blood Emperor was an elite from the Sky Demon Palace, he must be familiar with Ling Tian's aura. In fact, Ling Xiao vaguely guessed that the reason why the Blood Emperor chose to leave his inheritance to Ling Tian was because of the Sky Demon's aura that Ling Xiao had planted in his Danxi. This feeling was very mysterious. It was as if Ling Xiao's existence had already changed the trajectory of this world. If not for Ling Xiao, or if Ling Xiao's soul had not transmigrated here, perhaps the Sky Demon's reincarnation would have died in the eastern wilderness. Thus, Ling Tian would not have any relationship with the Sky Demon. But now, because of his deliberate actions, he had unexpectedly obtained the Blood Emperor's inheritance. Even though he had fallen into the demonic path, he had still managed to trigger a new opportunity. Karma was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Buzz. As the demonic will in Ling Xiao's body seeped into the blood cocoon, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed from it. Faintly, an extremely gentle soul consciousness lingered above the demonic will, conveying a sense of intimacy and submission. The turbulent blood sea suddenly calmed down in a strange way. At the same time, the pain on Ling Tian's face froze. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the blood sea suddenly surged. The blood light that originally filled the sea suddenly gathered like clouds. In a short period of time, he was actually trapped in a cocoon. At the same time, celestial radiance erupted from Ling Tian's body, and it transformed into 3,000 sword intents that tore apart the sea curtain and slashed apart the restraints. The golden drop of blood between his brows quietly disappeared, and the young man's eyes abruptly opened. Buzz. 2 blood shadows slashed down along with his gaze. The deep sea was neatly cut apart. However, the young man's originally pitch-black and deep eyes had now turned blood-red, demonic and evil, especially with that head of white hair. He gave people the feeling that he was a demon lord that had descended to the world. Buzz. The blood light between heaven and earth dissipated and swept out like a tide, covering Ling Tian's body in wisps. In the end, it turned into a blood-red robe that enveloped the young man's figure. Brother? Ling Tian turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. His originally cold and ruthless face suddenly blossomed into a brilliant smile. How do you feel? Ling Xiao smiled gently and sized Ling Tian up. White hair, blood-red robe, and a cold temperament. This cheap brother of his was really becoming more and more like a demon. In fact, compared to him, Ling Xiao looked like a righteous genius with unparalleled celestial charm. Brother, it seems to be the inheritance of an ancient demon emperor. It's a dharma body called the blood demon immortal body. According to it, this body can be immortal and indestructible. Ling Tian's brows furrowed in shock. The defense of his physical body had always been his weakness. However, now that he had obtained this demon emperor dharma body, he felt invincible. That's right. This is your fortuitous opportunity. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. At this moment, how could he not see that Ling Tian's providence had risen to 9,000 points? 1 inheritance. 3,000 points of providence. The name of the demon emperor was terrifying. However, thinking about it made sense. This immortal blood body happened to make up for Ling Tian's weakest link. The current him could be said to be invincible with his sword. Brother, I want to. Ling Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of battle intent. Blood chi circled around his body, turning into a 300-meter-tall demonic shadow that protected his body. The demonic shadow was like blood pouring out, evil and peerless. The thick smell of blood rushed over, causing fear in the bottom of one's heart. In his hand, the immortal extermination sword released a clear light, and a sudden sword intent broke the sea curtain and rippled the blue sky. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile, and then he lightly shook his head. Brother, could it be that you are afraid? Ling Tian smiled proudly, and he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. This was the first time his brother had rejected his challenge. With the 3 feet ancient sword in my hand, I am invincible in the world. However, the moment he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of soul light. Then, a wisp of emperor's might swept across thousands of miles, stirring up layers of waves. Ling Tian's expression almost instantly became sluggish. God Emperor, brother, you have broken through to the God Emperor realm. So you should go and study this demon emperor's inheritance first. Ling Xiao smiled, turned around, and walked towards the sea. The deadline he had agreed on with Zi Yen was about to arrive. Now that he had obtained the fortune, it was time to take off the mask on the face of the first divine envoy. Of course, no matter who he was, since he was the divine master's loyal servant, in Ling Xiao's eyes he was just a dead man. Until Ling Xiao's figure disappeared, the shock on Ling Tian's face did not disappear. For a moment, a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. Why is it that no matter how hard I work, I still can't catch up to my brother's footsteps? In fact, the distance between us seems to be getting farther and farther. Young master, Ling Tian, in the inheritance you obtained, does it have the Blood Emperor's divine consciousness? Xiong Huan looked at the young man in front of him calmly and asked in a low voice. No. Ling Tian shook his head, and the blood in his eyes faded. He sighed softly. If hard work was useless, then what was the point of hard work? Actually, you don't have to be like this. You can't imagine the dangers that the Lord has experienced. If you want to stand side by side with him and cultivate this immortal blood body to perfection, you might be able to help him. In the end, Xiong Huan only said one sentence and chased after Ling Xiao. Since the Blood Emperor had left behind an inheritance, it was likely that he had died. However, as long as the young man in front of him could cultivate the immortal blood body to perfection, a new Blood Emperor would appear in the world. Ling Tian stood alone at the bottom of the sea with a strange expression, but the disappointment in his eyes had disappeared. Yes, brother is willing to bear the name of the Sky Demon for me. How can I imagine the hardships he has experienced? Brother, don't worry. I will work harder. I said before, I will definitely protect you. Chapter 787. Brother, where's Ling Tian? On the shore of the Blood Sea, Yi Sin looked at the clear water. Other than shock in her eyes, there was also a trace of relief. Now that the demonic will was gone and the evil might was gone, Ling Xiao had probably dealt with the problem. Brother Ling Xiao, you really didn't disappoint me. But what about Ling Tian? Could it be, inexplicably, Yi Sin-er's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. She always had a very complicated feeling towards Ling Xiao. Sometimes he was a warm and righteous brother, but sometimes he was cruel and ruthless. In other words, Yi Sun had never seen Ling Xiao's face clearly, but she still felt respect for him. Sun. Before Ling Xiao could speak, the distant sea suddenly rippled. Ling Tian's figure swept over and stood beside Yi Sun. Why did you change your clothes? Yi Sun, his pretty face was stunned. She was so nervous that she didn't even notice that Ling Xiao's white robe had already changed to black. Now, seeing Ling Tian's black robe change to blood red, she realized that the two brothers seemed to have changed their clothes. The two men went to the same sea area together. In the end, they changed into new clothes. Why does it feel a little exciting? Is there something wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Ling Tian was stunned, especially when he felt the suspicion in Yi Sun-er's eyes. A trace of coldness appeared in his heart. Nothing. How are you? In the end, Yi Sun-er didn't ask. Instead, she looked at Ling Tian with concern. I'm fine. It's all thanks to brother, who helped me suppress the demonic aura. With Ling Tian's cultivation, although he was trapped in the blood cocoon, he could still feel the aura on Ling Xiao's body. Obviously, at the last moment, it was brother who helped him suppress the blood sea, allowing him to fuse with the drop of demonic blood that contained the Blood Emperor's inheritance. It happened again. Brother is always like this. He clearly cares about me, but he always hides his emotions and silently protects me. Even after the incident, he doesn't mention a word. Brother, your love is really great. All right, go back to your realms and study your gains. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand, sending Ling Tian and Yi Sun-er into his realm. Just now, he naturally felt Ling Tian's dejection, but he did not say anything. What a joke! If a son of heaven with 9,000 points of fate did not even know how to comfort himself and set up flags, what was the point of having him? Thus, Ling Xiao was not afraid of dealing a blow to Ling Tian's stout heart. According to his model, this kind of direct attack would only make him grow faster. After all, Ling Xiao was now the warmest brother in the world in the eyes of this Sword Dao genius. Big brother, what bad intentions can you have? You're still wholeheartedly doing this for me. The inheritance of the Devil Emperor and the body of the heavenly mandate. And now, Ling Tian indeed had the qualifications to accompany him in conquering the 9 heavens. My lord! On the ancient island, Xiao Pu looked at Ling Xiao, who was descending from the sky, and bowed deeply. His eyes were filled with pride. We've already done as you instructed. Not a single person was spared. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved aside slightly, revealing the corpses of more than 10 chickens and 7 or 8 dogs behind him. However, Xiao Pu did not know if it was an illusion, but at this moment he actually felt that his lord's aura seemed to have become stronger again. Moreover, Xiao Pu was originally afraid of Ling Xiao, but he was more afraid of his identity and the countless demon cultivators standing behind him. But at this moment, he inexplicably felt that this young man's aura had a wisp of heaven and earth's might. "Are you all willing to submit to me?" Ling Xiao walked in front of the dozens of Sea Region prodigies and asked calmly, "Ling Xiao, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill us, the Sea Emperor will not let you off. The entire Sea Region will not let you off." The black tortoise young master Xian shouted angrily, his expression extremely ferocious. He could feel that the few experts standing beside Ling Xiao were all at the arch realm. With their strength, there was no chance of resisting at all. But submit to a human? And a young man? Any Sea Region prodigy with a bit of backbone would probably not agree. "Oh, is that so?" Ling Xiao smiled warmly, especially when he saw that Xian only had 1,000 providence points left. He nodded slightly. "I heard that the Black Tortoise Clan's defense is the best in the Sea Region. Young Master Xian is also a rare prodigy in the Black Tortoise Clan. How about this? I will give you a chance." "Give me a chance? I, Xian, am a prodigy. If I had not been tricked by you despicable human, how would I have ended up like this? Do I need you to give me a chance? Without your subordinates, do you really think I would take you seriously?" Xian looked agitated and gritted his teeth. What Xiao Pu and the others had done just now had already made him feel despair. They were really ruthless. Given the ruthlessness of these humans, there was no way they would let them off today. So, why should I lower my head and bow? I, Xian, will still be the strongest in the Sea Region until I die. Oh, I originally wanted to say that if you could survive one punch from me, I would let you go. Since that is the case, kill me. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile, while the hatred on Xian's face almost instantly froze. What the F***, CK? Did I hear wrongly? This young man said that he would let me go after punching me? Wait a minute. Xian's face turned red, and he was even a little angry. Are you telling the truth? Do I need to lie to a prisoner in prison? Ling Xiao shook his head, while Xiao Pu had already drawn his sword and was ready to perform. I accept your challenge. Xian's expression turned cold, and he instinctively felt a trace of fear. Although Xiao Pu looked young, his methods and strength were extremely terrifying. Compared to him, although Ling Xiao had a celestial aura, he was still just a young man. One punch? Do you want to let me go on purpose? Could it be that I misunderstood this young master? Actually, he still has some feelings for me. Beep, the child of destiny, overthought and could not escape the law of true fragrance. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Oh, then get ready. No matter how small the mosquito was, he was still meat. Ling Xiao had never thought of letting go of the 500 luck points. Of course, with Xiao Pu's luck points, it would not take much effort to kill him. But without accumulating small streams, there would be no river. Humph! Xian snorted coldly and strode in front of Ling Xiao. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he directly revealed his true form and kept his limbs and head into his turtle shell. As everyone knew, the Xian Turtle Clan's defense was their innate ability, and this natal tortoise shell was what they relied on. Xian was confident that with his strength, even a divine king expert would not be able to break his shell with one punch, let alone a young man of 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, even if this human was hiding his strength and severely injured him with one punch, he would be lucky if he did not die. Shameless. This Xian is really shameless. I have lived for so long, but this is the first time I have seen a coward. The Sea Region's geniuses immediately mocked. There was no other way. Who gave you the chance to escape, but we did not? So what if we mocked you? After all, our plot is going to end here. Can't we just say something? Looking at the black turtle shell on the ground, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled gently. His gaze was extremely gentle. Chapter 788. Master, why do you need to personally deal with such trash? Leave it to me. I promise that I will shatter his shell with one punch and chop off his head with one slash. Xiao stood beside Ling Xiao. His eyes flashed sinisterly. Right now, he could see that there were demonic patterns flashing on Xian's turtle shell. There was a trace of terrifying demonic power contained within. Even he did not dare to say that he could break it with one punch. Although his master had many tricks up his sleeve and was terrifyingly powerful, but with just his physical strength, it would not be easy to win this round. *CK. How could his lord's face be lost? Wasn't a good subordinate supposed to take the initiative to bear the humiliation when their master was embarrassed and unable to perform? Of course. Even if Xiao Pa did not break through Xian's defense with one punch, he had already thought it through. Then he would punch again. His master said one punch, but I didn't. After all, even if I beat you to death, you cannot call me shameless. Master, let go of this turtle. Let me smash his head. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. His gaze became more playful. He walked to Xian's side and suddenly jumped up. Like a demon descending from the sky, he descended from the sky. Vast lightning flashed across the sky like the sun, suppressing everything. With one punch, everything shook. Galaxies fell. Heaven and earth ceased to exist. Cracks appeared in the void. Every inch of heaven and earth seemed to shatter at this moment. The sound of doubt echoed for thousands of miles. From the beginning, the heavens' favorites of the ocean region felt that Ling Xiao was extraordinary. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated this human young master's abilities. Tens of thousands of Dao patterns appeared, and an infinite number of avatars spread out from his body. Under this punch, if it wasn't Xian, anyone else would have been smashed into minced meat. You have indeed hidden your abilities. Xian was in his shell, but his divine consciousness could easily capture Ling Xiao's every move. At this moment, feeling the divine aura around Ling Xiao, even he felt a chill in his heart. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Xian shouted angrily. Demonic qi filled the air around him. Faintly, there was a trace of his bloodline burning fiercely. In an instant, boundless demonic radiance surged from the originally dark and simple, profound shell. It was as if a primordial demon had descended from the heavens and earth, completely enveloping Xian's figure. Seeing this, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Then, just as Xian was completely on guard against the attack above his head, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be something poking at him from below. Boom! The 300-meter-long divine tree broke out of the ground without the slightest sign. It forcefully lifted Xian's tens of feet body into the air. At this time, the black tortoise young master was obviously a little panicked, and even his hands and feet unconsciously stretched out of the ghost shell. However, before he could react, Ling Xiao's fist had already landed on his tortoise shell with a loud bang. Boom! Under the cover of the lightning, one of Ling Xiao's arms was completely covered by the unforgiven magic armor. The ferocious and terrifying scale armor was like the reverse scale of a true dragon of the 9 heavens. It was pieced together piece by piece. The panic on Xian's face had yet to dissipate, and it turned into a strong sense of fear. At this time, he could feel that an extremely evil power was rapidly eroding his spiritual power. In just a breath's time, the demonic qi that he poured into the tortoise shell was completely disintegrated. Then the tortoise shell shattered, and his internal organs were all smashed. His entire body was ice cold. How was this possible? How could an 18 or 19-year-old boy be so powerful? Also, what was with that evil power that corroded spiritual power? Why was there a terrifying demonic qi? Beep! The destined child's Tao heart has shattered. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points, and 5,000 villain points. Beep, the destined child has lost his luck. Killing him now will give you an additional reward. Boom! The moment the system's notification sounded, Ling Zhao's lips curled up into a smile. Above the hand that pierced through Xian Xian's body, a huge amount of demonic qi gushed out. In an instant, the young master of the Black Tortoise, who is known to have the strongest defense in the oceanic domain, was penetrated by the demonic qi. Every inch of his cells and blood vessels were crushed into a mist of blood. Beep, you have successfully killed the destined child. Because the destined child is much weaker than the host, the reward has been reduced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1% of the destined child's forging points. Difference in strength? Ling Xiao stood in the air with his hands behind his back. The scales that were originally covering his arms had long disappeared. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked extremely arrogant. In fact, compared to Bai Yi, the current him had an additional trace of evil and demonic coldness, coupled with his peerlessly handsome face and his immortal aura. He actually gave others an indescribable feeling of mystery and transcendence. He really wanted to let others know how he was able to fuse two completely opposite temperaments into one body. There's such a setting, but after thinking about it, Ling Xiao understood. Based on the destined child's forging points he had, Xian Xian's 2,000 destined child was no longer much of a threat. If the reward for killing them is the same as killing Ling Tian, then it doesn't make sense. The system had basically cut off the host's desire to live a sheltered life. It seems like it's time for him to go to a bigger world. Gulp. The entire ancient island fell into a dead silence for some reason. Even Xiao Bo's eyes flickered with a wisp of dense fear. Just now he felt the demonic qi from Xian Xian. At the last moment, the demonic qi was mixed with a trace of primitive energy. It was obvious that before he died, the young master of the Black Tortoise used a secret technique to activate the primitive bloodline in his body. But in the end, he was crushed. Although despicable Xiao did not see exactly what kind of attack Ling Xiao had executed, the demonic intent that silently permeated the air caused him to feel a piercing coldness. It was as though if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, a single punch would be enough. How is this possible? In just 2 months, this young man's strength has increased so much? Xiao Bo still remembered when he first met Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao also had the immortal wind Dao will, he didn't feel so suppressed. But now, even though Ling Xiao's face was expressionless, he was still frightened and full of respect. Who else wants to try? Ling Xiao descended from the sky with a gentle smile on his face. The remaining prodigies of the sea region shook their heads desperately and kept quiet. Erase their memories and throw them into the realm swamp. They can be used for fishing in the future. Ling Xiao waved his hand and put Xiao Bo, Xiong Huan, and the others into the realm swamp. He then walked toward the entrance of the ancestral land. However, just as he appeared in the 9 Dragons formation, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel a trace of aura outside the entrance. If his divine soul hadn't reached the 9th stage of the Great Emperor realm, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. In the entire sea region, there was only one person who could do this. The Sea Emperor, Ziyan. You're impatient. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Chapter 789. The entrance to the 6th floor of the glazed ancient pagoda. Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a solemn look in his eyes. According to the settings of the pagoda, the demon on the 6th floor should be at the God Emperor level. However, with his current strength, a God Emperor Great Demon wasn't much of a threat. As Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and gently touched the 6th layer of the barrier, a wisp of clear light suddenly lit up and disappeared without a trace. A heart-palpitating, suppressive force surged from the 6th floor. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. There was also a spiritual aura around him. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. Since Zi Yan was already here, he would let her wait for 2 more days. After all, if Ling Xiao didn't leave, she wouldn't easily leave either. Previously, Folded Shadow had sent news that the first divine emissary had taken the initiative to contact Eugene. This meant that this divine emissary was still suspicious of his identity. But that shouldn't be the case. His body was currently in the southern border. Just what was Duge Yunjin suspecting? Of course, since the first divine emissary was still in the sea, no matter what he suspected, the final outcome wouldn't change. 1. When Ling Xiao appeared on the 6th floor, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. However, Ling Xiao didn't resist. He allowed that strange soul energy to envelop him. This was the interior of the ancient pagoda. As long as he willed it, he could completely seal this space. What demons and monsters? Where could they hide? He wanted to see just what was so strange about the 6th floor's great demon. As that strange soul energy circulated, a majestic golden ancient palace appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The ancient palace was 300 meters tall and completely golden. It was richly ornamented and looked majestic. A straight bluestone mountain path led from Ling Xiao's feet all the way to the front of the main hall. On both sides of the ancient path, there was a forest of divine trees and strange flowers blooming. Boundless Taoist aura formed clouds that covered the horizon. 7 colored rays of light shot into the sky and scattered down like rainbows. This scene was somewhat familiar, but Ling Xiao couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Ling Xiao frowned, but there wasn't the slightest hint of panic in his eyes. Was it another illusion? When the overlapping shadows appeared, Ling Xiao had seen the ancient devil's illusions. However, his state of mind was already flawless. How could a mere illusion disturb his state of mind? However, sealing 2 Huanma in one ancient pagoda was obviously not the right setting. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, a figure suddenly walked out of the golden palace. The Red Emperor's robe fluttered in the wind like an immortal's. Countless golden patterns were embroidered on it, looking unruly and profound. She was just standing there, but she gave off a domineering aura that seemed to have descended from the heavens. On her head was a small and exquisite purple gold crown, which tied her hair into a bun. Ethereal, elegant, and stunning. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed when he saw that handsome face. Nian Qingyan. Or perhaps he should call her Gu Chaoxiai. At this moment, there was not the slightest expression on her face. It was as if she was a block of ice, keeping people 1,000 miles away. For some reason, it reminded Ling Xiao of the first time he saw her. Interesting. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Back then, when the overlapping shadows had set up an illusion, it had transformed into Fengling. In other words, the overlapping shadows' illusions were people and things that she had seen before. However, the 6th level demon in front of him had transformed into Nian Qingyun's appearance. However, Nian Qingyun had already ascended to the upper realm. With the glazed ancient pagoda seal, it was impossible for the 6th level demon to have seen her. Then how did it set up the illusion in front of him? I've said it before. If I see you again, I'll definitely kill you. On the mountain peak, Gu Chaoxiai frowned slightly. Her beautiful face was extremely cold. Then, before Ling Xiao could speak, her figure had turned into a graceful swan and descended from the sky. Around her, there was a brilliant golden light that scattered across heaven and earth. The entire immortal mountain shattered layer by layer. It was as if there were 2 suns rising at the same time. Divine light scattered, and countless runes formed a seal that pressed down on Ling Xiao's head. 1,000-meter-tall golden palace gradually appeared in the seal. It was like a heavenly palace in the 9th heaven, towering into the clouds. Black and yellow qi flowed around it. It suddenly descended and suppressed the world. In front of it, even Ling Xiao felt small and powerless. The thousands of feet of green stairs shattered layer by layer under his feet. Suddenly, a black moon rose in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was also a dense, demonic aura around him. At a certain moment, the void suddenly stopped. Then, all the light disappeared. Everything turned into nothingness. Only endless darkness and demonic aura were left. Boom! There was a demonic sun floating in the sky, destroying thousands of rays of golden light. Under the ancient sun, there was a faint demonic shadow that destroyed the world and appeared in front of Gu Chaoxiai. Then, before she could react, it reached out its hand and pressed on the ancient seal in her hand. Buzz! An ear-piercing, buzzing sound spread across thousands of miles. The originally shattered immortal mountain finally collapsed completely. It turned into rays of soul light and disappeared without a trace. The scene in front of Ling Xiao changed instantly. Finally, the dark space of the ancient pagoda's 6th floor was revealed. Pucci. About 10 feet in front of him, a red-clothed figure fell to the ground miserably. It seemed that the figure was spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Xiao could see clearly that the figure was not a living creature of flesh and blood. It was just a soul. 3rd grade divine emperor. Nightmare Taoist law. She was beautiful, but her eyes were filled with extreme hatred. It turned out that she was a nightmare Taoist. Ling Xiao took a step forward. The demonic aura around him was unparalleled. He directly stepped on the nightmare Taoist's head to the ground. Not to mention a soul. Ling Xiao could kill a 3rd grade divine emperor like this nightmare Taoist without much effort. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, although the nightmare Taoist's aura was weak, she did not show any signs of panic. Instead, she laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked coldly at the ancient devil under his feet. The name Nightmare Taoist had been around since ancient times. It was rumored that this demon cultivated by devouring dreams. She killed people in dreams without leaving a trace. She was good at reading minds, disguising herself, and was cruel and heartless. "I'm laughing at all the men in this world. They are all the same." The nightmare Taoist struggled to turn her head. She looked at Ling Xiao's eyes and sneered. "Submit to me or die. Kill me. I will not submit to anyone." The nightmare Taoist shook her head and slowly closed her eyes. "Even if you are the sky demon and not the one I love, it makes no difference. Oh, you have a temper. Then I will fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao sneered. A 3rd grade divine emperor. Although she was an assistant to him, she was not indispensable. Moreover, if he killed her, the nightmare Taoist law would also fall into Ling Xiao's hands. It was not a loss. What did you see in his heart just now? However, just as Ling Xiao lifted his foot and was about to step on the nightmare Taoist, a cold and indifferent voice came from above the ancient tower. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a petite figure in a black dress and black boots. His eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, she was sitting in the void with her legs swaying casually. There was an indescribable sense of playfulness and cuteness. However, there was a hint of coldness on her delicate and beautiful face that did not match her age. She did not look at Ling Xiao. She only stared at the nightmare Taoist and said softly, "Lord Spirit Seal." The nightmare Taoist narrowed her eyes and a playful smile appeared on her face. "Why would you care about other people's thoughts? Could it be that Lord Spirit Seal has also fallen for the mundane? Didn't you always teach me to sever my mundane feelings and cultivate my physical body?